And we continue. This is day number 2 of the final showdown. Who will reign supreme? Carlo Biado had a great day yesterday, now leading 30-17, heading into this opening rack for day number 2. Noel Zarate speaking in straight English for our international audience, and joined now by AJ Ong speaking in the vernacular for our Filipinos here and abroad. So the charmed life of Carlo Biado in terms of the break continues once again here, and we'd like to welcome everybody watching us from around the world.
So magandang hapon sa lahat, and magandang hapon sa iyo, Noel.
Yes, you can see Carlo has a shot on the one here again, AJ, and his storied run here with regards to his break continues even to day number 2. And we were talking to both players, and Vann Corteza said it all comes down to the break when it comes to 10 ball, and he didn't have a good day breaking yesterday. Carlo did, and Carlo continues. So, open table again here for Carlo Biado. So, hello to our fans from all around the world.
Yeah. We have Hikem Pool from Algeria. 7 a.m.
Wow, 7 a.m. there.
In the morning.
Yeah,
wow.
just tell us where you're watching us from anywhere in the world, and we'll see if we can acknowledge you. We'll make sure that we try to acknowledge you here. So far, this layout is pretty elementary for Carlo Biado. Once again, we are using the Aramith black balls, which means you can see that the 10 and the 9, instead of having a white background with the colored stripe, it's a black background with a colored stripe. Another quirk of these balls is that the pink is 4, the 4 ball is pink, and the 5 ball, which just went in, is purple. There is no orange ball.
Yeah.
We saw last night, even for the Sharks 9-ball showdown, the players still having a hard time
medyo nalito, no?
adjusting. Yeah, we had one incredible kick shot last night, 2-rail kick to put in the purple ball. Unfortunately for that person, the pink ball was still on the table.
Kaya ball in hand tuloy yung kalaban niya.
That's right.
All right, we have Joy Renting with us.
The
Good
sexy
afternoon.
ting. You're now known internationally, Mr. Joy Renting, as the sexy ting.
John Cedric Sakdalan, Denver, Navarro. Ilaw de Simon, yan. Good afternoon sa inyo.
Yeah, once again, if you're just joining us, this is day 2 of the competition. It was a race to 30 yesterday. It's a race to 60 today to find out who will be El Supremo when it comes to 10 ball between these two gentlemen, Carlo Biado and Vann Corteza. The first time these two met in November, it was a race to 50. Vann Corteza won that one. And then December, Carlo Biado won, but not without a scare. He was ahead in day number 1, heading into day 2. In fact, I think he was ahead by 7 racks. Then Vann Corteza made a comeback and even held the lead at one point in day number 2. But Carlo eventually won, and this is the tail end of their trilogy as Carlo Biado scores first here in day 2 and increases his lead to 14 racks, 31-17.
Ganda pa rin ng break niya ngayon, no?
Yeah.
Tingnan natin ngayon si Vann kung may nagbago na sa kanyang sargo.
Well, he has to first get to the table and win a rack because this is winner's break.
Yun nga lang eh.
So once again, Carlo Biado will be breaking here. We're going to need a calculator soon. This is rack 49 now. Rack 49 coming in.
Kung alternate break to, sa tingin mo naman, syempre talagang ano, no?
It might take longer, but if
shoulder to shoulder yan, eh, no?
Yeah, but at the same time, if Vann Corteza broke the same way he broke yesterday, it's still going to be a big lead for Carlo Biado. But this break is brought to us by our sponsors, Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Ropa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. Lo and behold, as we speak, a dry break has happened. And it's our first time to see Vann Corteza at the table today. The 2020 champion of the Derby City Classic 9-ball competition.
Magandang hapon kay Erickson Del Barrio,
Champ.
Ariel Yap, and Jack Cruz.
Yeah, Erickson Del Barrio, one of our champions at the Sharks 9-ball showdown, whose poster you see behind Vann Corteza. And he's going to play a safety here. It's going to be a pretty good one. Let's see how Carlo Biado escapes this one. That's a total eclipse of the 1. He's going to call the 1 ball in the corner.
And from Abu Dhabi, good morning to Rico Celorico.
Good morning, yeah, from Abu Dhabi. It is around 9 in the morning in Abu Dhabi. Here's the kick shot to the 1. That's a foul. So Vann Corteza played a good safety. However, because of the foul, the 4 and the 10 are together, and the 7 and the 2. This is now going to be the key shot. How Vann Corteza lands on that 2 ball. It's a small landing spot. Might draw this back a bit to see the 2 better. Vann Corteza's wife actually got us a baked macaroni coming into today. It's some pretty good stuff.
Yeah, sarap. Thank you very much kay Vann at sa asawa niya.
Nicely done. And the 4 ball does pass the 10, so all he has to do is stop it right there, even roll a bit. Creates the angle to get to the purple 5. So there it is, the pink 4, which is usually the purple 4, and the purple 5, which is usually the orange 5. And Vann Corteza was asking, why they make these colored balls? Is that to keep the players attentive?
Well, actually, yun din ang naisip ko kahapon. Na siguro, pinalitan nila yung kulay para yun na nga, nasanay na kasi yung mga taong, syempre, kabisado mo na sa utak mo yung kulay ng mga bola, di ba?
Yes.
So yan, para may konting twist. Diba? Medyo may pagkalito.
Well, it's driving these pros a little crazy. It's just a matter of adjustment, really. But we saw that yesterday several times. Carlo Biado was preparing for the purple with the pink still on the table.
Diba? But nila lang kamo kita.
Yeah.
Diba?
This one barely passes the 8 ball to stay good for Vann Corteza. 42-year-old from Davao City in the Philippines. And Vann actually told us today that he's going to make a comeback. And we don't doubt that. But he has to control his break. And he will finally win his first rack after losing, I think, the last 3 yesterday. And now he's cut the lead back down to 13. That is win number 18 for Vann Corteza overall at the end of rack number 49. I'm sorry, is that number... Yeah, 49. My math is still good. So we are now entering rack number 50.
And of course, we would like to thank Bugsy Promotions, Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Billy's Resort in Oslab, Cebu, Aqua V, Mudcakes by V, V Lugaw, ang lugaw ng Cubao, Kikarex Kayanong ng Target on air sa DZME 1530 kHz, Bounce Apparel, Music Avenue, Vehement, all about the process, Dehadista and Llamadista Sports Bar in Timog, Quezon City, Outsville, Magic Chalk, JB Cases, Thoroughbred Layered Tips, Billiard Planet, Ropa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar.
So let's see now. Vann Corteza said he's going to be moving the cue ball around every time he breaks. So he's now breaking from the left side. Let's see if this will be successful for him until he finds some form of consistency on his break. And he is going to drop in the 4 ball, but that was because of a roll. So I guess scientifically that's not yet the spot he wants to break at. But he is at the table with a pretty wide open layout. He'll open with a 1-8 combination. Hold for the 1, the same pocket. Yeah, the 5 goes through, the 7 goes to the side, so this should be an easy one for the caliber of Vann Corteza.
We have a question from Charlie Doss.
Yeah.
How old is Vann Corteza?
42 years old, sir.
Yeah, because this guy never ages.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah, I think I started covering Vann Corteza when he was still in his 20s.
Hindi nagbago yung tsura, di ba?
Yeah, the guy never ages. You're right. He is an ageless wonder. Again, elementary run out here. Break and run out. This is a rarity. I think Vann Corteza had like 1 break and run out yesterday. 1. He only made 3 balls on his breaks. It was completely controlled by Carlo Biado, and this must feel good now for Vann because he's going to win back-to-back racks, but the second win will come on a break and run out. So the guy who proclaimed that he will be making a comeback today has begun his claim after winning rack number 50. But he's still down by 12 racks, 31-19 against this gentleman, the 37-year-old from La Union province in the Philippines, Carlo Biado, the 2017 world champion. And there's the reigning Derby City 9-ball champion. We all wish that the professional billiards tour can restart this year.
Mm-hmm.
We do have several Filipinos campaigning abroad at the moment. Some of them visited us here before they left, like Roberto Gomez, who's now in the United Kingdom. Dennis Orculio, Jeff De Luna. They're in the United States right now. Nothing on the break here for Vann Corteza.
And an open shot on the 1.
Yeah, so the experiment will now continue as Carlo Biado comes back to the table.
And shout out to Baseth Mokaybat.
Yep, Baseth
Yan,
Kingpin.
kasama natin ngayon.
Baseth was the runner-up in the much-heralded Origin Cup just a few weeks back.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have much, well, he didn't have the correct angle. Now, Vann Corteza can actually roll this into the same pocket that Carlo Biado just missed in and hold the same position there for the 2. This is the only key shot of this rack. However, does not appear that the 2 passes the 3, and if it does, it's a very little room for error.
No, he calls the 3.
Almost got the 3 into the corner, but left an open shot here on the 2. Carlo Biado. Looks like he's aiming to get it past the 3-baller. He's going to hide it behind a clump of balls down here. Well, if he had gotten that behind the 7-ball, that would have been like the best safety you've ever seen.
Yeah. Yeah, this will do.
Part of the 2 is seen. Oh. Vann Corteza can't make contact. No problems with the layout in rack number 51. And this looks to be another, well, tic-tac-toe rack.
And good morning to you, John Rose, Sir Menzi Mendoza, and Terry Teresa. Sabi ni Miss Terry Teresa, he looks 19. Ito lang si Vann.
Vann? That must make Carlo Biado look 18 then. Yeah,
How about Chris?
Looks like he's born in the 1800s. Of course, the third man that you see there in the background is legendary billiards coach Ramon the Maestro Mistica. Yeah, he is here in the Philippines. And he's our acting referee because the referee of the first 2 encounters between these 2 gentlemen, Troy Danao, passed away just the day before this matchup. No, day 1 of this matchup. Or was it the day before this matchup, really? Troy Danao passed away, international referee. A 6-ball now. This is a race to 60, so Carlo Biado wants to keep as big of a lead as he can.
Ooh,
Almost sat up there.
yeah. Shout out to Scott Brian Aquitania from La Union.
Yeah, that is the province where Carlo Biado hails from. Probably going to roll this 8 ball. Looks like he's going to play this inside anyway. Now he's going to roll it a bit. So, Carlo Biado is going to reestablish a 13-rack lead.
So may nagtatanong dito kung anong kinamatay ni Troy.
Yeah, but our reports have it that Troy Danao passed away due to a heart attack at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon a couple of days ago.
Mm-hmm.
So our thoughts and prayers go to the family of the late Troy Danao, who again was the referee for the first 2 stagings of the showdown. And now taking his place is legendary billiards coach Ramon Monching, the Maestro Mistica. As we now enter rack number 52. Break here by Carlo Biado. Can he continue his great breaks? Brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shaft, Ropa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. Aha! Nothing on the break for the second time today. This was a rarity for Carlo in day 1. If he'd come up with a dry break the first time, he would have like 3 consecutive makes. So it's very rare that he gets back-to-back dry breaks. Vann Corteza got a sticky layout here, actually. It's a navigatable layout, but quite sticky, meaning the balls do have their own pockets, but they're all clumped together. Like this 2 goes into the side pocket, then the 3 ball in the corner, 4 in the other corner, then the 5 ball can go to the opposite side pocket where he's shooting the 2. So Vann Corteza looking at the stickiness of what he has to go through. He still should be okay. Got to hold position for the 5.
He's going to take it in the
corner.
opposite corner.
Yeah.
He's going to bounce 1 rail for the 6 for the side pocket. Or just like that. Shoot naman pala sa corner.
Yeah, I didn't think it would pass the 8, but it does.
It does pass the 8.
Yeah. So no more sticky layout here for Vann Corteza. Of course, he is using the Divney cues, courtesy of Pat Divney in Iowa. That's his official sponsor. And there you go. From a dry break by Carlo Biado, Vann Corteza now makes it to 20 wins, but he's still down by 12.
Yeah, 12 racks. Long way to go.
Yeah, but the journey of a million miles begins with a single step. Now let's see if Carlo Biado can keep him at bay. It will be Vann Corteza breaking. So far today, he's 1 for 2 on his breaks.
And shout out to JP Cardenio. Also to Boyet Belisario from San Pedro, Laguna.
Good afternoon.
And of course, we have NJ pool player
Hey,
Troy?
Troy. Yeah. Must be very late at night there, Troy. It's like almost it's like two something in the morning there in New Jersey. And here is the break again by Levan Corteza. Brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Rapa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. This time the one ball drops. So he's 2 for 3 on his breaks today. Can see the two and then layout that he can manage. Looks like the 5 doesn't pass the 8 in either pocket though, AJ.
The 5 ball passes the 10.
Or make that the 10 ball. Does it pass the 10?
Yeah.
Oh, it passes the 10 where the 3 is. Or even
no,
the other
the
side.
opposite, the opposite.
Oh, the opposite. Interesting. See how he navigates to that.
Maybe use a bit of inside, bounce one rail for the 4, or the 5 rather.
Put some kill action. Tried to separate that 5. There was separation, but it looks like might have taken it out of the corner pockets. He's going to have to play it the side. Yeah, problem solved.
Maraming salamat kay Sir Tochi Azares. Sabi niya sa mga nanonood, let's show our love to sharks and the sponsors by sharing this. Let's crank up the views.
Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you
I mean,
very
we do
much.
have hundreds right now. How many do we got?
560.
Yeah, 560. I remember during the second time these two guys met, we hit the 2,000 mark without even trying.
Yeah.
So right now, this 10 ball will cut the lead down to 10. So it's now 30. Make that 11, 30 to 21 right now. 32 to 21, rather. An 11 rack lead for Carlo Biado, who opened this day with a 13 rack lead, 30 to 17. So far, so good on the break for Levan Corteza. 2 out of his 3 breaks yielded a ball. This is what Carlo Biado used yesterday to get that enormous lead over Levan Corteza. Carlo Biado was getting lucky on his break. He was making balls on his break, but he was getting lucky. Now notice that Corteza is now striking from the middle of the table. That's how he made the 1 earlier. However, nothing drops this time. So back to the drawing board for Levan Corteza. As Carlo Biado has another open layout to navigate. Getting from the 1 to the 2 is probably the most challenging because he does have to navigate some traffic. Decides to go inside. He's still going to strike a ball, though. That's it, the 2 ball. He's going to go into the side pocket. Now, how about the 3? He's just going to have to pop out.
Drift the cue ball to the 3, just like that.
He's okay now. So once again, good afternoon from the Philippines, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching day 2 of the final showdown, the race to 60 between former world champion Carlo Biado and the reigning Derby City 9-ball champion Levan Corteza. So some quality shots being shown by these Filipino pros. And for those of you who have actually been watching their career, you would probably still think that they're in their 20s. Because that's how they started, and that's how they still look like.
Yun na nga.
Cut shot. Beautiful.
Nice.
Good prep for the 5 as well. So he just needs to stop the cue ball where that 5 ball is right now to get a clean look at the green 6 going table. So he's actually got to play it to the side. So that's how they exercise their options.
At this point, parang naglalaro sila ng catch me if you can.
Right, right,
Diba?
right. And with Carlo Biado having the gigantic lead, though.
That's right.
Yeah, if this was a swimming competition, Carlo Biado already has like a full length lead over Vann Corteza. But this is a 5,000-meter event, not an 800-meter event. So there's still a chance for Vann Corteza to come back.
That's right.
Again, from the 9 to the 10. For a moment, I thought the 10 ball was the 2 ball. It's getting confusing, really.
You know, sabi ni Wilmer Lianto, joke time yung kulay nung 5 kulay 4.
I know. Just we got used to that.
Ayun.
But you have to know that the 4 is pink, and we keep on. We should actually have like a sticky right here, right? A note to ourselves saying the 4 ball is
It's
pink.
the pink one. That's right. And we have a question from, where is that? Gabriel Visalache. So what shaft is Biado using? I believe it's a Predator Vantage shaft.
Dry break again. So Carlo Biado's losing his touch on his break. Today he is 1 out of 3, I believe, on his break.
And shout out to Noel Ponce from Las Piñas.
Good afternoon.
Also to Miss Terry Teresa from Minnesota.
Minnesota, that makes it morning time, I would think.
Mm-hmm. Ed Gigailo from Jensan.
Good afternoon. Look at how automatically Vann Corteza just strikes it the moment he sees how open the layout is. Also, yesterday, Vann had a bunch of unforced errors. Stuff we call mumugations. He had a lot of those. The ball went in and out of the pocket.
From Eric Belieza Nonog. Ano po yung candy ni Vann Corteza?
I don't know, but he's brought us baked macaroni today, so we're
Yes. Nako, kung gusto niyong umorder ng baked macaroni, kontakin niyo si Vann Corteza.
We should have got the number of how they can order that great baked macaroni that we have.
Yes.
Vann Corteza is just going to run through this rack in less than 2 minutes. Don't you wish all racks were this fast, right?
Yeah.
So Vann Corteza cuts the lead to 11 once again. 33 to 22. We do like to thank our sponsors at this point.
And of course, we would like to thank Bugsy Promotions, Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Billy's Resort in Oslab, Cebu, Aqua V, Mud Cakes by V, V Lugaw, ang lugaw ng Cubao, Kikarax Kayanong ng Target on air sa DZME 1530 kHz, Bounce Apparel, Music Avenue, Vehement, all about the process, Deadista and Llamadista Sports Bar in Timog, Quezon City, Outsville, Magic Chalk, JB Cases, Thoroughbred Layered Tips, Ropa Commercial, Billiard Planet, and Hard Time Sports Bar.
The break seems to be a problem for both. Look at how that 4 ball just stayed up.
Yeah, almost went in the side.
It's just looking like mocking Vann Corteza at this point. I'm not going to go in. So Vann Corteza is now, 2 out of 4 on his break. 3 out of 5, rather, on his break. It'll be a safety battle right now between these two pros. There's going to be a kick shot to the 10, so I think Vann's going to call the 10. He's going to call it from a kick shot.
Buenos dias to Briel Valdez from Barcelona.
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 Right. So unsuccessful in potting the 10. However, this rack has opened up. Let's see if Carlo takes this into the side or into the corner. The side ball does have, side pocket does have the 4 already there. He's going to have to come back to it twice. Unless he pots both balls. So he's going to have to go around a bit to get to the 2. There are no 2 8 balls on the table. One of them is the 10. You just have to identify which one is the 10. Eight ball also drops after making the 1. So now the black ball remaining on the table is the 10.
Nalilito ka sa 8 tsaka sa
Yeah,
10.
and now I'm getting confused with those 2 balls.
Pati yung 2.
Yeah. Now that's the 2 ball. It's the object ball now. See that? The 2 and the 10 also look alike. No problem getting to that. The 9 ball is going to be pushed near the corner, and this should be an easy one now for Carlo Biado to continue to keep Vann Corteza at bay. Look at that delayed draw that he put on that. Perfect for the 5.
Beautiful.
Come back and probably take the 6 into the side pocket. It's almost perfect. He's going to have to play a 7-9 combination after the 6. Runs into the 10, so this makes the combination supposed to be easier. Unless he plays this as a billiard.
Tinamaan niya yung G's ata para mas mapadali mamaya.
Yeah. He is using the bridge. Oh, wow. That's a surgeon touch right there. A little straight on this 7, though. Does have room to crawl back. See if he draws it back. He's going to have to jack up, though. He's straight. He is very straight.
Either force follow or draw back.
Okay, he's jacking up. He wants to draw back to the rail, though. And spin it off the rail so he can get back to the 10 in the opposite corner. He's going to have to settle for this one. 10 to the side. This is to regain a 12 rack lead.
No.
Oh, he missed it.
First miss on the 10.
That was a tough spot he put himself in after he hit the 10. Upon making the 7, Vann's going to roll this 10 into the corner pocket. There it is. So Vann Corteza now has cut the lead down to 10. And he will be breaking once again. He is 3 out of 5 in his breaks today. And Carlo Biado suddenly below 50% on his breaks today.
Sir Menzi Mendoza, medyo nalilito pa rin sa mga bola.
Yeah, yeah. Just to put a sticky note in front of your computer monitor or near your phone and saying that the 4 is pink.
Yeah, the 4 is pink, the 5 is purple.
Yeah. Therefore, if the 4 is pink, the purple ball is not the 4. Let's see if this break happens once again for Vann Corteza, breaking from sort of the middle of the table. It's not going to work again. So the struggle continues here. Now 50% on his break, 3 out of 6.
Buti nilang kamo, hindi kita yung uno. Kundi, run out na naman
Well,
to.
there's a push out option here. But whatever Carlo Biado does, Lee Vann's going to take on the push because there's so many places to play a safety. So Carlo's going to push into a jump shot. And automatically, Divan Corteza says, I'll take it. It's a straight in jump shot over the 8. But how about the 2? It's a good effort. See if he can spin this off that second diamond. Make contact with the 2 and keep the cue ball up. He's calling the 2 ball into the corner pocket. It's off the first diamond. So this safety battle will continue here on the 2 ball. Ivan Corteza using the distance now, trying to get behind the 10 ball. He's going to force Carlo to a jump shot here.
I hope everything's okay at your end, Trevor Brown. Medyo, lag daw yung stream.
I'm not sure. Maybe our internet connection here is pretty good. So, are we lagging, guys? Besides Trevor? Yeah, because if AJ can watch it on his phone using Wi-Fi, then it should be okay. Going to be a jump shot on the 2, as we said. Good contact. Does he hide? No, he does not hide. 2 ball is seen. Can play the 2-6 combination. Hold position for the 2, and that's going to get him on a clean look in the 3 at middle of the table again for the cue ball. No, he's going to avoid the 6. He's calling the 2. Uses the 6, but leaves the 2 over the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a case of you should have played the combination? Carlo might even still be able to hit this straight without the assistance of a rail. Well, the A is going to go to the rail now. And moves the 6 away and opens up the rack. Probably play this off of the long rail and then spin it over to the 4. You can also drop it. There it is. Spin it over to the 4. Perfect shape. Straight shot on the 6, though. So he's going to have to draw back a bit to get the 7 past the 10. Stopped it right there. Still has a good angle to get to the 8 off the side rail. Kind of straight in as well, so he's probably going to draw another one. I was going to take the 9 into the side. And then that's it. Carlo Biado will reclaim an 11-rack lead as soon as he makes this 10 ball.
There you go.
34 to 23 now.
So majority nagsasabi okay naman
Yeah,
sila.
yeah.
Pero there are some like Jim calling na medyo lag daw yung sound ahead of the video.
Oh, okay. That's a new one on me. So probably what we can do is that we can either reset the feed. You know, you're watching the Facebook feed right now. If you're watching the YouTube feed, step out of that for a while and then come back in again. That might fix the problem. Now, if you're watching the Facebook, turn off the Facebook, come back in.
Naging technical advisor ka
Yeah,
pa.
or if you're watching the YouTube, just close the browser and just reopen it. That should make it work. 10 ball goes down, but there is no
Gonna
golden
go back
break.
in.
Yeah, there is no golden break here. Pardon the excitement, but we were covering 9 ball just last night. So from this layout, everything's on the diagonal. Obviously, the 1 ball can't be seen because you got to pan back to reveal where it is. He's going to kick at this instead of play the push out.
From Mr. Menzi Mendoza, I think most of the viewers are used to the traditional ball colors.
Yeah.
We have the same complaints.
Yep. It is something, of course. It is something, of course, that we need to get used to here. In fact, last night, I was just telling Carlo and Lee Vann the story. We were covering 9 ball. From the 3 ball, the guy had to make an incredibly ridiculous 2-rail kick shot to make the purple ball, which he thought was the 4 ball. And he was right in front of the pink.
And then he realized that.
And then he realized that he fouled.
that he fouled.
But if you
was
watch
too
it
bad.
back, that was like the most ridiculous 2-rail kick shot from the 3 to the 4, and perfect position for the green 6 too, mind you. Except that the pink ball was still on the table. So it was ball in hand for his opponent. He ended up losing the rack. Carlo's not going to have any more layouts from this side of the table. Layout problems, rather, from this side of the table. 3-6 plays as a combination. Get the 2 on the side, probably come off 1 rail to see the 3 at an angle, of course. Yeah, this is what's bothering him right now. Because he knows he won't be able to get straight in on the 3. He's going to have to play the 3-6 at an angle. Just has to trust his instincts on how that's done. Just like that. He'll play the 3-6 at an angle and probably play this with inside so he can still keep his position on the 3 ball. Decides to play it off the billiard. Well, that didn't work. But he gets lucky.
Yeah, I got lucky there.
And apologizes quickly to Lee Vann Corteza.
And hello to Michael Martinez, Sean Apple,
Sean's back.
Ariel Yap.
Good contact. He's going to keep the ball in play. The 3 ball is seen. This should be an easy counter safe now for Carlo if he can see the whole 3 ball. He just parked the cue ball behind the 6. Uses the 6 as the blocker.
Lee Vann calling the 3 on the corner.
It's going to be a massive kick shot if he can make it. So he's not going to hide. Oh, he's just going to park it right beside the 10. Talk about position from that distance, off a rail, no less. Does not play as a combination, so but if it was aligned perfectly, Carlo can actually kick off the long rail to try and make the 10 ball. Instead, he's going to have to pry the 3 free. Pried it out, he did.
Nice safety.
Yeah, uses the 8 ball. So I hope you guys are taking notes. I mean, this is like excellent elite safety stuff that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a foul. The moment I say it's elite safety stuff, Levan Corteza misses a kick shot.
From Jeff Salika Relirosa. Sorry, from Michael Martinez. I liked Lee Vann's pink shirt yesterday.
Yeah.
Better than this one. Reminds me of mint chocolate.
Well, Levan's pink shirt actually reminded us of the color of the 4 ball. And I think Levan also himself was looking, probably overheard our commentary say, just look at your shirt, that's the color of the 4 ball. So he didn't make any preparation errors getting from the 3 to the 4, anything that involved the 4 ball. It was Carlo Biado who had some preparation errors, thinking that the purple ball is the 4 ball. Yeah, Carlo's opened up the table now. Looking poised to reclaim a 12-rack lead, barring any accidents.
And good morning to Abdelila Ahali from Antwerp.
Belgium. Yeah, it is morning in Belgium now. Call the 5 into the side. See how he gets in shape for the 6, though. He's going to use the 8 to stop the cue ball, just like that. A little straight here on the 7. Might have enough angle to just make this bounce off or play it straight back, actually.
Good morning and you're welcome, Dwayne Bumgarner.
Yeah, this is an impending 12-rack lead once again. Same way we opened the day. So both gentlemen have won. Oh, 13-rack lead actually to open the day for Levan Corteza. Or for Carlo Biado, rather, over Levan Corteza. So now Carlo Biado is going to take a 35-23 advantage. So this makes it official 35-23 at the end of rack 58. We're in for the long haul in this one. Of course, Carlo Biado will be more than happy to trade, exchange racks with Levan Corteza at this point, being up by 12. But again, for Carlo, he has not been really on point with his break today. Only 2 out of 6 so far on his break. With our referee, the legendary coach, Ramon the Maestro Mystica.
So may katanungan tayo dito, kung matalo si Levan, may laro pa ba kaya?
No, I don't think in this trilogy. I don't think this.
Wala na.
But we do have another trilogy coming up. That's at the end of April when Anton Ragad takes on Johan Chua. That trilogy could go on forever, because you're talking about some 20-something-year-olds. And Carlo Biado's break is completely gone from day one. He's had like one or two successful breaks today.
Does Ramon still play pool?
Oh, yeah, he does. In fact, he was telling me a story that he went up against Rodney Morris, and Rodney Morris, at the end of the tournament, when it was them heads up, wanted to chop already.
Split.
Yeah, they wanted to split it already. Let's just fight for the trophy, Ramon. Yeah, he's a young 61-year-old. Ramon Mystica is.
Does it
still
look like
younger.
61?
Yeah, he's still younger than Efren. Yeah, it's Levan Corteza at his best.
Doesn't sound like either.
Which one? Oh, a 61. Sounds like he's 16 sometimes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, humans, from Robin Hood Cruise.
Okay, why was I not surprised he said that? You're supposed to say good morning, good afternoon, infidels.
Sabi ni.
So this is going to be seen. It's a long shot, but a makeable one. Not quite sure what Levan Corteza had in mind on that safety shot. It was a distance safety, but you're showing the entirety of the one ball to one of the best potters on the planet.
Good afternoon to you too. Ayer Arsorled.
There you go. Our PNP boys are starting to wake up.
Yes.
Best way to spend a Saturday afternoon. Listening to our boring voices. Covering these really amazing players. Oh,
Oh.
Fluke's the one.
Player option.
That's a player option because he didn't call it into the side pocket. I mean, nobody else would call it on side pocket, but Levan never even left his seat. He said, go ahead, take it, because the 3 ball's sort of eclipsed by the 8. He's going to swerve around. Yeah, he's going to swerve around the 8 ball. He's called the 3 into the side.
Ooh, almost
the
made
one.
the 3.
That's the one you wanted to hit the 9 with.
Oh, wow.
He actually called it into the side.
Yeah.
And gets safe, though. Levan's also going to call the same 3 ball at the same side after kicking off the short rail.
Noel, we have a question here from Romeo Dumlao Buenaventura. A question to the commentators.
Yes,
Why
sir.
8 ball is not being played in the Philippines on a regular basis? As
Actually-
Filipino players do not succeed very well when major tournaments are held around the world. Thank you.
Efren won a couple of world 8 ball tournaments already, and so did Django. Except that I think with the advent of 8 ball, or 9 ball, and 10 ball, that has become the game of choice here. But although I do still see a bunch of people playing 8 ball. In fact, we had an 8 ball showdown here at Sharks not too long ago. That was featuring Django was in it, right?
Yeah. Django and...
What's that? Ronnie Alcano was there.
Yeah.
Dennis Orculio was in it as well. And was it Roberto Gomez?
Yeah, Gomez.
Yeah. So we did have, you just look at our YouTube page and you can go back to look, and you look for the Sharks 8 ball showdown.
Or was that the bank?
Now we also
Bank
had
pool.
we also had an 8 ball showdown. That's the second
Yeah, I
event
know.
that we had for 20, was it December? I think it was way back in December. But to answer your question, yeah, I still see 8 ball being played. But the game of choice now, especially among the youth, is 9 ball, 10 ball, because it's faster. But in terms of winning 8 ball championships, I think Efren won a couple of world championships before, just not sure exactly which year. And our lady pro, Rubilen Amit, also won a few 8 ball titles.
Didn't Alcano and Orculio win 8 ball titles?
Yes, I think they did too. I think they did. I wouldn't be surprised if Ronnie Alcano and Dennis Orculio won everything already. One pocket bank. Eight ball, nine ball, 10 ball. Yeah, because those two have really been around. But to my recollection, Efren actually had a few eight-ball titles because he claimed that eight-ball was his second choice among all of the variants at the time, aside from carom. So Efren's really a carom player, and then found the eight-ball amusing. So he won a couple of championships at eight-ball, and he says that that's his second best discipline. That was, of course, before he discovered one pocket.
Yeah. All right. So 35 games to 24.
Yeah. Levi Cortez is just hanging in there right now, but he has been having the more successful break today. And
Yeah,
it's
that's
shown
right.
it's shown on the scoreboard now because from a 13 rack lead it's down to 11. And if Levi Cortez can actually find that sweet spot for the break, the same way that Carlo Biado found it yesterday, and he's religiously shooting now from either the middle or the left side of the table. Nothing again. So both players now below 50% on their break percentage. That being the case, this could be a long day.
From Rudy Yee, I remember Efren winning the IPT 8-ball title,
Yeah, that's one.
beating Mike Siegel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Efren became famous for 9-ball in 1985 already, 1985, 1986. But he had won a few titles before that as well with the other disciplines, namely carom and 8-ball. His 9-ball's popularity started spiking in the middle of the 80s. In fact, Efren was telling a story that when he went to the States for the first time in 1985 and he beat everybody in 9-ball, when he came back in 1986, nobody wanted to play him anymore, 9-ball.
Yeah,
Then they introduced him to one
to
pocket.
one pocket. That's right.
And then eventually he beat them all in one pocket. Jump shot here for Carlo Biado. Oh, wow. He made that as if there were no balls in front of him. And he gets good shape on the 2 as well. It's like the 1 ball just evaporated.
Yeah, why don't we use the template? We have a question here from
Oh, the magic rack?
Evan. Yeah.
Magic rack. I asked that among the players. I said, we have magic racks here. Why don't we use it? They said that they still like the variable of the set. That's what they said. Plus, the set is quicker. Because we're going to use the magic rack, you got to put the balls in one at a time to make sure that everything's clumped together if you're in the right spot as well. So they prefer the set more than the magic rack.
Oh, pero kasi tumatagal din tayo sa sa triangle eh.
I don't know. That's
Kasi
what
pag yung template, pag nilagay mo,
yeah.
flush na yun.
I asked them. I actually asked them prior to today. I asked them yesterday, and I asked them today again. Don't you guys want to use the magic rack? Said no. We prefer to use the set. And this is a univocal answer
Okay.
with the pros. Although later AJ and I will be using the magic rack.
All right.
And he's gonna try to win against me. It was futile yesterday, but yeah, I got a really good dinner because I won against AJ.
That's funny.
But it's true.
Yeah, it is. Because I let you win.
Okay. You let me win, you get me free dinner. That's fantastic. It's a
Of
win-win
course.
situation for me. I have zero ego. Yeah, well, we will use the magic rack later. Unfortunately, our game's not going to be televised because we're probably going to have like -2 viewers.
Hindi, papalive natin yan.
No way. You want to get humiliated internationally?
Nah, not me.
Just to let you know, AJ and I played a race to 7 yesterday, and he spotted me the 7 ball in the 10 ball, and I still won 7-6. I had that magic combination from the 5 to the 7. Nobody saw coming.
My God.
There you go, Carlo Biado, reestablishing another 12-rack lead, 36-24.
And a shout out to Willie Agbayani.
My
Alright.
friend from Spain,
That's right.
Iberico's on its way.
April daw, di ba?
May, he said May.
May.
Yeah.
May.
Don't worry, I'm getting all the ingredients of the paella soon.
Yun.
Paella, chicken pastel. What else can I use that to cook with?
And we also have Jeffrey Ignacio with us.
Oh, the champ. Oh, speaking of the champ, it's steak time now, champ. Probably going to go to Alfredo's Steakhouse anytime soon.
And shout out to Nicolo Felipe and Jose Haen.
There you go. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Project Atchay yan. Magpapa-shout out sa
Yeah.
Team Trava.
And this break is brought
Santa
to us
Rosa, Laguna.
by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Europa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. Coffee has arrived.
Wow.
Thank you, Mr. Lee Van Corteza.
Courtesy of Lee Van Corteza
That's
right
it.
here.
Our coffee has arrived. And speaking of Carlo Biado not having a good day with the break, he finally fluked something on the break. He was so scientific about it yesterday that he was making the wing ball at will. But today it's been a struggle. But he's still ahead, though. Oh, he's missed the one. That's going to bring Lee Van Corteza to the table. And there he is. AJ's getting very creative because Lee Van bought us coffee. He's waiting for Lee Van to get to the table. He's going to shoot the coffee against the monitor. You had 5 seconds of Lee Van right there. That's fine. You had 5 seconds of Lee Van right there. So guys, again, thank you for joining us. It must be very late in the Western Hemisphere right now, so thank you for continuing to love pool from the Philippines. Of course, brought to us by Bugsy Promotions and Sharks. If you haven't yet liked our Facebook page, please do so, as well as our YouTube channel. That's a creative Z shot there, trying to get to the one from Carlo Biado. It's going to be ball in hand for Lee Van Corteza. Biado now on foul 1. Looks like Lee Van's going to try to get him out on fouls. Now, for the record, I've never seen Carlo Biado out on fouls ever. I have seen Lee Van Corteza out on fouls once. The guy who did that is Carlo Biado.
It's Carlo Biado.
That's right.
In your second, nila,
Yeah,
no?
second shot. Great
shot.
bank shot. That's a great bank shot. Lee Van Corteza among one of the best bank shot and one pocket players there is right now. No problem with the 3 ball. And look at how he navigates to get to the 4 ball. That is just excellent knowledge of the table geography for Lee Van Corteza.
Yan, binabati tayo ni Kuya Willie Agbayani.
Good evening ba?
Good afternoon, mga commentator natin dyan na di naubusan ng lakas. Alright.
Well, if you only knew. Lee Van Corteza just still hold on to the coattail of Carlo Biado. Lead down to 11 now, 36-25. And the end of rack number 61.
And of course, we would like to thank Bugsy Promotions, Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Billy's Resort in Oslo, Cebu, Aqua V, Mudcakes by V, V Lugaw, ang lugaw ng Cubao, Kikarex Kayanong ng Target on air sa DZME 1530 kHz, Bounce Apparel, Music Avenue, Vehement, all about the process, Dehadista and Llamadista Sports Bar in Timog, Quezon City, Outsville, Magic Chalk, JB Cases, Thoroughbred Layered Tips, Hard Time Sports Bar, Billiard Planet, and Ropa Commercial.
I've just attached my face to the paper bag that the coffee came in from.
Nilagay mo yung
You
ulo
smell
mo
it. You
sa
put, you
bag.
put your entire head inside the bag. You see what
It
it
smells,
feels.
smells like coffee, of course.
And that's fantastic. That's the essence of it. It's like you're breathing coffee when you put your head inside the bag.
Well, thank you very much to that guy right there.
Yeah, Vann Corteza, successful on his break. However, the layout is not that appealing after making the 1 ball. 3 ball does pass into the corner pocket, but getting to the 4 ball is the challenge now. Because even if he draws it back, the 7 is in the way. If he pushes it forward, he's just going to run into the 8. So let's see what he does. He's going to push it forward and create some kind of a circus, and he still made the 3. Well, that's going to be player option right there. He called nothing. And he just created some kind of a separation for everybody. I think all the balls moved on that shot. So here's the player option now. The 4 ball does pass the 6. I haven't seen Vann Corteza do that in a while. Probably if it was 8 ball, that'd be fun to see. He's going to back the 4. Be a double shot.
Almost made the 4.
Well, the double shot being that the 8 is going to be the blocking ball for the 4 if he missed it. And if he made it, he'd be automatic on the 6. Vann's laughing at this right now because he created this situation in the first place by playing that circus shot earlier. AJ's enjoying his coffee.
Robin Hood Cruz, Baconator lang, recharge na uli.
Wow. You know what would go really well with these coffees? Some old-fashioned donuts.
Ba, pwede.
Oh, Vann Corteza took a chance on that, and he's going to foul. And he's also going to make the 4 ball anyway to sweeten the life in this rack of Carlo Biado. He's going to reestablish another 12-rack lead. The 8's going to be unobstructed in either pocket. Chooses the side. Yeah, a bit of a roll here to give to get to the 9. So Carlo Biado, the Black Tiger, is going to take a 37-25 lead. So it appears that the force field or the invisible barrier is 11 wins.
Yun, puro ganon, di ba?
11-12, 11-12. The closest that Vann Corteza has been today is 10. But he has never broken the double-digit mark.
Yun na nga, na-maintain ni Carlo yung gap nilang, at least, 10.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Carlo was successful in his last break after missing his last 5. So let's see if he can continue Because if Carlo Biado finds his groove on the break the same way he did yesterday, Levan Corteza's got no chance now. At least no chance to come back from 12 down. And Carlo's got to be consistent with this break. And his break right now brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Rapa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar.
Oh,
Well, he did make a ball on the break. However, it's not the ball you want to make.
it's the cue ball.
And he also lets the 7 drop. First foul from Carlo Biado on his break. And now looking at the layout here for Levan Corteza, looks like the 1-4 combination, 1-5 combination. Here we go again. 1-5 combination is on, but probably can also play the 1 solo on the other corner pocket to get a good look at the 4. But he's still going to play the 1, or the 2 rather. He's going to play the 1-5 combination. And now he's going to pop out to get to the 2. So I'm not quite sure what result he wanted. I think he wanted to hit the 3 out of there, but it did not move. It was going to be risky. And that's the risk, of course. He had to create the angle. That's why I was thinking earlier, if he had played the 1 on the other corner pocket, he would have seen a long
Makikita pa
distance
na
too.
yung dos.
And then coming back around, you'd probably get to the 3 ball.
Medyo mahirap din kasi.
Yeah.
Dikit siya sa reel eh.
Yeah, but if he was able to make the combination shot, then he would have been able to make the 1 ball on the other side. Instead, now he's going to be put in jail.
Safety muna.
Which is the logical shot, because whoever gets the 1 gets the rack. And by all intents and purposes, it will be Carlo Biado taking the 1 ball and thus controlling the rack. Oh, that's good coffee.
Okay, so the key shot here, 2 to the 3.
That's a lot of left.
Nicely done.
No more roadblocks. Talk about cue ball control shown there by the 37-year-old former world champion.
Yeah, he's letting out big shots.
Yeah, elementary run out now at this point. How are you guys doing? Are you having coffee just like us?
Well, I think Rommel sure breed is
He always
drinking
has
coffee.
He always drinks coffee. That's all. That's the only thing he probably consumes every day. That's why he's with us 24/7.
That's right. Coffee and tea gel.
Mm-hmm. Not quite sure the tea gel works, but he's here with us every day.
All right.
Back to another 13 rack lead. So both gentlemen have won 8 racks today. So it is Carlo Biado 38, Levan Corteza 25. But if you look at today, it's 8 all. If you look at the results for today, so far it's been 8 all.
And of course, we would like to thank once again Bugsy Promotions, Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Billy's Resort in Oslo, Cebu, Aqua V, Mudcakes by V, V Lugaw, ang lugaw ng Cubao, Kikarex Kayanong ng Target on air sa DZME 1530 kHz, Bounce Apparel, Music Avenue, Vehement, all about the process, Deadista and Llamadista Sports Bar in Timog, Quezon City, Outsville, Magic Chalk, JB Cases, Thoroughbred Layered Tips, Billiard Planet, Ropa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar.
So if Carlo Biado finds that sweet spot once again, here he is, breaking from the middle like he did yesterday. If he's able to rule the break, it's just going to be a matter of time before he wins this match. But that all remains to be seen. This break is brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Ropa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. Remember earlier he scratched on his break, and here we have yet another dry one. So all the magic that Carlo Biado brought yesterday on his break has disappeared. And Lee Van Corteza walks into another open table. How he avoided all those balls down there is a mystery to me. Yeah, this should be an elementary put away again. Run out. On a break of serve once again for Lee Van Corteza. How you guys doing once again out there? Where are you watching us from? How many viewers do we have right now, AJ?
528.
Just tell your friends that you were watching some live pool action between two of the best pros in the Philippines.
Marty Herman.
Yeah.
You'd be hard-pressed to find nicer fellow than Lee Van Corteza.
You're absolutely right. I cannot agree with you more. I've known Lee Van Corteza for about 20 years already. He has not changed one bit. In fact, he's become a lighter guy now. Not in terms of weight, but in terms of his outlook in life. Now that he's got a family and all. And he's still the same jolly guy, always smiling. In fact, it's already twice today that he's treated us. He's treated us to baked macaroni, and he's bought us some coffee as well.
Yeah. Good coffee.
He's going to come up a bit short on this 10, but this shouldn't be a problem to him. Oh, it is a problem. He missed the 10.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't leave anything easy here for Carlo, but this is a bankable 10. I mean, all that work from the 1 to the 9. And Lee Van Corteza left the money ball out there. So this to take a 14-rack lead. He's missed it, though.
Mm-hmm.
He's missed it.
So another similar shot.
This is a harder one now for Lee Van Corteza, because it's longer, but this guy's got unlimited range anyway. With conviction.
Look at that.
Yeah, he was angry at himself for prepping poorly for the 10 earlier. It's a good thing Carlo didn't make the bank shot. So Lee Van Corteza has cut the lead down to 12 once again. 38-26. And Lee Van Corteza, the Slayer, will be breaking in this upcoming rack. This is rack number 65.
Yeah, and good afternoon to Chrysler Hemuel from Sydney, Australia. Gerald Martin from Guam. Justin Chicos Here from South Africa.
Okay.
Johannesburg.
Johannesburg, South
Johannesburg.
Africa. Yeah. So Lee Van Corteza now putting on more power in the break and has an open rack here. So this could be the start of the rally, because the tables have turned. The favors have shifted. Is now Lee Van Corteza winning the break battle. He's still down by 12 racks. But if you're able to control the break, you're likely to have more success in your comeback effort. Barely clears the 8. It's a tough one now getting to the 4 ball. Looks like he almost hit the 6. Again, great knowledge of how things work on a pool table. Must be very entertaining when he went up against Joshua Filler in the finals of the Derby City Classic 9-ball competition because both guys shoot fast. Both guys are, well, especially Joshua Filler's more of an offensive guy than he
Yeah.
is a defensive guy. Look how fast Lee Vann just went through that.
He's an all-out shooter.
That was Luke Salva's ex, or Tony Salva's, Luke Salva's-esque.
Esque.
Tony Drago-esque, the way he went through that rack.
I think Tony's faster.
I don't think anybody's gonna disagree with you having. Well, the argument would probably be, guys, probably can help us out here. Who's the faster shooter, Tony Drago or Luke Salvas? Because I'm dying to see. I don't know if they went up against each other. That would really be great for charity to have, a race to 50 one-day event featuring Luke Salvas and Tony Drago for charity. Ooh, another dry one here for Vann Corteza. And he used the same power he did the last time, so the break has been very fickle for both players today. So who, in your opinion, is the faster shooter? Is it Luke Salvas or is it Tony Drago? Once again, thank you for joining us here in our continuing coverage of the final showdown right here on Sharks. My name is Noel Zarate, doing the English commentary for our international audience, and my partner AJ Ong, speaking in the vernacular, sometimes in gibberish, for our local, or for our Filipino audiences locally and abroad.
Luke Salva's definitely the fastest, but from Romeo Benaventura, si Lou Butera is the fastest.
Oh, yeah, well, Lou Botero, I'm just talking about their generation. Talking about Luke Salvas and Tony Drago, because their generation really ushered in, when pool got televised a lot, they got the spotlight on being the faster players. And they're both pretty much the same build, too.
Ron De Silva,
Uh-huh.
Tony Drago.
Yeah. I never got to meet Luke Salvas, though. I've been with Tony Drago on several occasions. Luke Salvas, I've yet to meet.
Have you seen Tony Drago's tawag dito? Lately?
No, I have
Itong
not
taon
seen
na
him
to?
lately.
Hindi, kahit sa TV.
No, I have not seen him
Ang
lately.
payat na niya.
I'm pretty sure, because Tony Drago actually is, he likes to eat, but he's also very health conscious about what he eats. It's just that he says when he goes on tour around the world, he wants to try all the food.
Of course.
That's where he
Of
ends up
course.
gaining a lot of weight because he's always on tour. But because of
Uh-huh.
the pandemic now, he's hardly out of Malta. Yeah, you live in Malta. It's like fish and vegetables. That's
Yeah,
all you
puro
eat.
ganun lang.
That's all
Oo.
you eat.
Tsaka parang konti lang ata ng mga Maltese.
Well, I've met another guy from Malta, but the guy's 7'6".
7'6".
Yes.
Nag-basketball ba?
Yeah, Sam DeGuara.
Oh, sabi
Yeah.
ni.
7'6" guy. No, sorry, 7'5" because he wears the number 75. He brandishes his height. Nice roll there on the 5-ball.
And we have Reginald Cabatu watching from Cassie's heart.
Oh my
What?
goodness. He's everywhere. Again, this has been sort of, I can't really call it a seesaw match, but that 11-point barrier has not been breached. It's been breached once when the score was 33-23.
Uh-huh.
But since then, it's been 12 racks, 11 racks, 12 racks, 11 racks. That's been the lead now of Carlo Biado, and he did most of his work already yesterday, so he's pretty much okay on coasting today. And although the break of Vann Corteza has improved, it hasn't been in a consistent level yet.
How about Vann, Corteza, and Jeff Ignacio?
That would be interesting as well. But I'd still give Vann Corteza the veteran advantage in that matchup.
Who shoots fastest?
Oh, Jeff
Or
Ignacio.
faster.
Jeff Ignacio, yes, definitely. It's just that Vann Corteza will shoot that fast when it's a super, super duper wide open rack.
Yeah.
For Jeff DeLuna, even if the rack's
Ignacio.
not that Jeff Ignacio rather. Well, Jeff Ignacio, he has two gears that he plays, right? Very fast, as fast as Levan Corteza, and very deliberate, like what he did to Carlo Biado
Yeah, and
during the Hard Times
Hard
Cup.
Times 10 World Cup, yeah.
And then he changed gears. He was fast against Ronnie Elcano, but then when Ronnie Elcano started heating up, he slowed down, ridiculously slowed down, like almost 5 minutes per shot. Took advantage of the fact that there was no shot clock. The matchup I actually want to see is Carlo Biado loses the ball again on this break, brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Drop a Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. The matchup I actually want to see among the Filipino pros right now, I mean the up-and-coming ones, would be Jeffrey Ignacio going up Baset Mokaibat. That, for me, would be very, very entertaining.
Yes.
Because these guys are two guys who change tempos a lot. So let's see who adjusts first. Like if Jeff Ignacio goes slow, does Baset play faster or does Baset play slower? And if that's going to freak out Jeff, does Jeff make it faster? And then Baset also has the ability to to play faster. So that's going to be interesting. It's going to be a cerebral matchup for me if Jeff Ignacio went up against Baset Mokaibat.
That'll be interesting. How about the Pharaoh?
The Pharaoh. Well, the Pharaoh, actually, Raymond Faraon, he reminds me a lot of the Rodney Morris, young Rodney Morris, with regards to his being brash and aggressive on his break. But he's still got a long way to go to be mentioned in the same breath as guys like Anton Raga and Jericho Banyares, at least. But he's going to get there, though. Don't worry about it. I'm looking forward to these young guys coming up here from the Philippines. I guess you heard of it. We have a 13-year-old right now. He's going to make it up the ranks soon.
Akala ko si Coach. Sinasabi mo.
No, he's a young guy. Like
AJ Manas.
AJ Manas, yeah. He's 13. We have another kid. His name is Bernie Regalario, who's 15 years old. Now we got these kids starting out very young. Remember Johan Chua, when he burst into the scene, he was like 9 years old when his videos went viral.
Yeah.
They called him Bubwit because they could hardly see him around the table because all they saw was his head moving around and then there's a stick that comes out. That's how Johan Chua became famous. That's why they called him Bubwit in English, Little Mouse.
Yeah.
And speaking of Johan Chua, we're going to highlight him going up against Anton Raga in a couple of weeks. They're going to have their own version of a 10-ball showdown. And this is coming off a foul from Levan Corteza. Not a good position for the 7-ball. He's going to have to make this cue ball go around. Talking about Carlo Biado. Runs into the 10-ball. Not quite sure if he wanted that to happen. He's quite upset about that. Gives him a tough shot on the 9. So this is not necessarily an easy out yet for the former world champion. So again, posing the question, who's the faster player to you guys? Is it Tony Drago? Is it Luke Salvas? And why? Why do you think? This is, of course, of that generation. Ooh, left the 9. That all stemmed from bad preparation and an accidental hit on the 10. So a reprieve and a resurrection of sorts for Levan Corteza as he cuts the lead down to 11 once again, 39-28.
Hindi pa rin siya nakakalagpas ng ano, no?
He can't breach
10,
it. He
no?
can't breach the 10. He's always stuck at 11 and 12. So this lead right now is 11, 39-28. Unless Levan Corteza can actually have the most consistent break possible, Carlo Biado is going to say, all right, let's just trade racks until the end. I'll still come out winning.
Mm-hmm. And we have a question from Sir June Lutana. Do you have the idea of who is the #1 Filipino pool player right now?
I would still say I can't prove it, of course. It's all gut feel at this point. I was even asking them about the world rankings. Levan and Carlo were saying, no, world rankings are kind of messed up also. We don't know who's there's a different ranking for the US, there's a different ranking for the WPA. But in my opinion, the best Filipino pool player today is still Dennis Orculio. I don't know if you agree with me on that, AJ, but
Yeah, Dennis.
I still think Dennis Orculio is the best player of the Philippines, if not the world.
Ito
And
sabi ni Hangis,
yeah.
Dennis number 1,
Yeah.
Carlo second, and Anton third.
Well, that's putting Anton way up there right now already. I still put Ronnie Alcano up there somewhere. Ronnie's still a pretty sharp guy. Of course, Django's still on his game, to be honest with you guys. I've always been a big Roberto Gomez fan as well. But definitely Carlo's up there as well. I mean, he deserves it. Former world champion, former number 1. Watch out for Johan Chua as well. In fact, a lot of people are forgetting some of the old names from the pros who are still pretty active. Antonio Lining, June Del Mazon, Warren Kiamco. Yeah, but to answer the question, I still think it's Dennis Orculio is the best player among the Filipinos. And one of the best players in the world right now. If not the best player. With all due respect to guys like Shane Van Boning.
Yeah, sabi ni Sir Romeo Benaventura, Dennis plays more money games
Right, right.
and tournaments lately.
And Dennis is multi-event. He's 10 ball, 9 ball, one pocket, back shot. You know, he's good at almost anything he touches.
Yeah. And let's not forget about Alex Pagulayan.
Yeah,
Sabi
yeah.
ni Sir Menzi Mendoza.
But Alex is more of, and I was talking to Django Bustamante about this the other day. Alex has evolved more into being a one-pocket player, which is quite surprising because you don't think that Alex looks like the patient type.
Yeah.
You know, I played against Alex before in pool and of course in poker, which requires a lot of patience. And I've never seen Alex display patience as his strong suit.
Oo nga pala, good question from Christian Zara. Ano nga pala yung status ni Dodong Diamond ngayon?
Well, he's in the States right now.
Actually, si Dodong Diamond isa sa mga top 5 ko.
I would
For
think
me.
so. Yeah, I would put him in the top 5 as well. But he's more of a money game specialist, really. And he's been tearing it up in the States right now. I'm still putting Django up there, guys, believe it or not. Call me
Yeah,
old
of
school.
course.
Or call me old school, but I think Django still got it.
And of course, Efren Bata Reyes all around.
Yeah, but Efren probably, if you say skills-wise, top 5 right now, probably you wouldn't include him anymore. But he's like Hall of Fame.
Of course.
Nice safety here coming from Carlo Biado. There's going to be a kick shot here for Vann Corteza.
Lester Lohica. Where does DD stand? Nasa US ba siya?
He's in the States right now. From what I know, this is not a good reply from Vann Corteza. Yeah, I know he's busy on the, I don't exactly know what part. I think he's in the Vegas area right now. Yeah, but he is campaigning in the States. I know Warren Campo is in the Vegas area now.
Yeah, totoo to, sabi ni Christian Zara. May future talaga si Dodong Diamond.
But he's
Sana
not a tournament
makasargo rin
guy.
siya dito sa
Yeah, but
Sharks.
he's not a tournament guy, if you notice.
Yeah, medyo.
There are some people who are more tournament guys, and there are some people who are more
Money
money game guys. That was the contention for guys like Roberto Gomez and Jeff De Luna. When they were starting out, they were really like extremely great money game guys. Ronnie Alcano as well. Dennis Orculio actually started out that way. But then in 2005, 2006, both Jeff De Luna and Roberto Gomez started to prove themselves in the World Cup in the World Cup or the World Championships. Said we're more than just money game players. And of course, you all know the history that came after that. That Roberto Gomez became the first qualifier to make it as a finalist. A qualifier. He wasn't even invited. I mean, he had to qualify over at Star Paper in Balintawak. Same thing with Jeff De Luna.
Speaking of Jeff De Luna, we have a question here from Rudy Yee. Who breaks harder, De Luna or Gomez?
Oh, it all depends.
Well,
Really
for
all
me, it's
depends.
De Luna.
Yeah, it's Jeff. Jeff, because Jeff has such a flamboyant way of breaking.
Yeah, tsaka ano bigay todo pati katawan.
Yeah, yeah. But that's more for the drama of it, really. He knows he's on TV, so he's going to do something really ridiculous like that. But he's good though.
Power talaga si
Power,
Jeff.
yeah,
Yeah.
pure power. As Carlo Biado now adds to his lead once again.
Any news with Dennis versus Shane Van Boning rematch?
That's in the works here actually right now. They had a race to 100. Was it 100 or 120? The last time they went up to get against
Di ba
each other.
200 yun?
Was it 200? Okay.
I don't know.
I just know it was a long ass race that they had. We've been hearing this since December that when the pandemic eases up and then travel is okay, there was talks here of bringing Shane Van Boning to the country, to the Philippines.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
I remember the last time I saw Shane Van Boning here was way back in the 2007, I think.
So
He
how
wasn't Shane-
old? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
How old is Lee Van and Carlo again?
Levan Corteza is 42, Carlo is 37.
37 and 42.
Yeah. No, the break has really deserted both players already at this point. That's why we have this kind of a up and down match because nobody's really controlled the break. You're wondering how Carlo Biado established that 11 rack lead over Lee Van Corteza. He did this yesterday. He was good in his break and was not only good, he was lucky with his break. Lee Van Corteza had no such luck on his break yesterday. He only made 3 balls on the break the entire day one, as opposed to Carlo Biado, missing only 6 times in all his breaks in day one. Hence, the lopsided score that you see right now.
And how about your age, Sir Noel and Sir AJ?
Well, I am ageless. I am ageless. I am the Archie Moore of commentary.
Ageless. The hell was that?
I am the Archie Moore of commentary.
You're what? You're 50, right?
Nah, I'm 25, man. Times 2.
Yeah, times 2.
Yeah.
25 times 2.
You know, we usually don't talk about age here. Age is just a number.
That's right.
Yeah,
Well, may nagtatanong kasi.
yeah. I just say that I'm the Archie Moore of commentary.
For some reason, I thought Lee was older from Will Totten.
No, he's 42. Oops.
Yeah,
Whoa,
37.
what a shot. That
what
was
happened?
a 3-rail kick to get to the 2-ball. Unfortunately for
It
Lee Van
sells out.
Corteza, sells out the entire rack. But that was a spectacular hit to get a safe or get a legal shot.
25 on 1 foot.
That's right. That's right. That's one way of looking at it. I was 25 years ago. That's another way of looking at it.
From Marco Narciso Merencilio, suggestion lang.
Yeah.
Sana may online betting na per game.
Of this one?
Yeah. Well,
There
sounds
could-
like a good idea.
It sounds like a good idea. There probably is one. We're just not aware of it.
Maybe.
There probably is one. Ooh, unforced error for Carlo Biado. Left the pink 4 ball.
Yeah, but not a sellout
Yeah.
though.
Both guys are just laughing at it right now because the mistakes that they're making are so fundamental sometimes. There's going to be a safety behind the 6. That goes past the 6. So Lee Van Corteza actually had more unforced errors yesterday, which also led to that 13-rack lead of Carlo Biado. There's another one right here. Not quite sure if this is unforced.
Will there be a tournament soon for our Filipina amateurs and pros?
Yes, there is going to be one on June 21 to 27. It's called the Quezon City Open. Of course, it does sound like a local tournament, but I expect to see guys just come in because it's an open tournament.
The Filipina.
Oh, Filipina. Okay, ladies then.
Yep.
We're going to ask our good friend Rubelin Amit what the plans are. You know, I've always wanted to do that. You know, the first time I actually got to cover the international women's tournament was way back in 2006. And I said, why don't we have more of this? Unfortunately for the Philippines, I think we have like three known players, and one of them is probably no longer active. It's a great shot there on the six.
Yeah, and good afternoon to Rocky Alcazar. Good afternoon, Sirs Noel, Zarate, and AJ Ong. I wonder what grade you got, Sir Noel. Your English spoken dollar is so good.
Let's just say I grew up watching Sesame Street a lot.
Really?
Yeah. I still remember that. A loaf of bread, a container of milk, and a stick of butter. It's never going to leave your system, right? It's going to be a little short.
Well, the
He's
nine
still going to be
passes the
okay.
10.
Yeah, he's still going to be okay. But it's these kind of preparation shots that leads to disaster. Left two shots earlier that gave the rack to Vann Corteza. It's not going to happen this time, though. As Carlo Biado has once again established a 12 rack lead, 40-28. I like it that you guys are so active in the commentary here. You know, you're keeping AJ and I up right now. You're keeping us energized because, of course, after this tonight at 9 p.m. Philippine time, we will have the regular Sharks 9-ball showdown. And we're about to reach the climax of the March competition month, the March cycle.
And I'll be needing a double dose of coffee.
Nah, you just need to answer these questions. These guys are good.
Yeah. So another question here from Romeo Buenaventura. I have a delicate question here. Why Rubel and Amit could not enter the USA to play there for so many years?
That's a really good question. We should ask Binkai the answer to that one. I'm pretty sure that Binkai is just going to say, I just concentrated on developing the women's pool scene here, which is something that she's really, really into. Trying to develop these young girls. And she said this on many occasions. Last time we talked about that, she actually said, I want to retire already and just concentrate on being a mentor. And one of her mentees happens to be this young girl from Zamboanga City who's just oozing with talent. Her name is Cheska Centeno. That young lady's just oozing with talent.
Yeah.
If we can find more of the Cheskas out there. Oh, we have an adjustment in the score. The score is 41-28. Our scorekeeper took a nap. So it's back to a 13-rack lead. Big commotion up here. Somebody didn't get coffee today. Good combination there by Carlo Biado.
Chavit Jacob. So tinatanong niyo kung anong cue stick gamit ng players natin.
Yeah, Pat Divney cues for
Vann
Corteza from Iowa. And I think
Predator for
Yeah.
Carlo.
But isn't that a hybrid, different butt, different shaft?
No, it's all
Different tip?
pred.
It's all pred,
Yeah.
right.
I believe it's a Vantage or a 3143
Mhm.
and a P3.
Good combination there for Carlo Biado to end hostilities here in this rack. That was rack number 70.
And from Marco Narciso Merencilio, sana may tournament din po for PWDs.
I'm sure there is one. I'm sure there is one. We're just not aware of everything that's happening in the billiard scene. You guys can follow all of these billiard sites on Facebook and Twitter for the Filipinos. They're more updated there. I mean, we wish that we could be as updated as them, really. We learn a lot from people like you as well, who update us on the goings-on, not only in the country, but also abroad. 14 rack lead now for Carlo Biado. This is rack number 71, brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Europa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. And another dry break. That has been the theme today. It's more of the dry breaks than anything from breaks and runouts. We've had a couple of breaks and runouts for both players, but nothing really on the consistent side.
Who is the best female player?
In the Philippines? Or in the
Maybe.
world?
Yeah, a question from Jojo Patok.
Yeah, there's a lot of great female players around the world. Gayang Kim for longest time. Allison Fisher as well. And, of course, Jeanette Lee, who's sidelined now by stage 4 cancer. Hopefully she recovers from that. Jasmine Ocean also competed with the boys. Oh, look at this. Double kick. And a kick safe coming from Lee Van Corteza. That's what he wanted to do a couple of racks ago. 2-rail kick to the 3. Get it safe behind the 9. So keep those questions coming, guys. This is entertaining stuff. And from Gian Makapagal, he's asking, pa-shoutout po kay Rainier, Daray, at kay Kuya Albert. Yeah, we're going to get to, AJ just went to the restroom. We're going to get to most of that. Once again, this is Noel Zarate doing the English commentary, and AJ Ong, who went to the CRs, doing the vernacular for our Filipinos here and abroad. So a safety battle has ensued right in the middle of rack number 71. And this, the final showdown between Lee Van Corteza and Carlo Biado. Currently, Carlo Biado still holding, as you can see on your screens, a 14-rack advantage here. 42 to 28. And the theme of the day, who controls the break? He who controls the break controls the match. Neither of them have controlled the break. Unlike yesterday when Carlo Biado was not only scientifically making balls, he was also getting lucky on his break. This is going to show, though, for Lee Van Corteza. What he does with this 5-ball. You can pot this, or you can actually just send the cue ball behind the 9 and the 7. Now he's going to send the 4 or the 5-ball to the other side, and looks like Carlo can see a part of this 5, though. Enough to hide. But he's going to overshoot it. And this could give Lee Van Corteza rack 71. But he scratches after making the 5. Now Carlo Biado's got an open table, and he can take his biggest lead of the contest. Yeah, I saw some comments there, like big bold letters. I just couldn't read it. Yeah. Yeah, that was the last one I saw, yeah. No, not yet. Once again, AJ, please say that again.
Okay. Nakababa pala yung volume ko. Okay, from Bernard. Hello po, galing sa Sitka, Alaska. So binabati natin si Bernard, Roland, Marlon, Marvin, Kuya Bubot. Yan.
As in Alaska, the state?
Sitka, Alaska.
Yeah, the state, like up north. It's like what time in there in Alaska now? It's like almost like 1 in the morning. And you guys are staying up in the cold watching this. Well, thank you for doing that then.
Chen Si Ming. Yeah. Magaling na player din yon.
Yeah, that's right. There is Carlo Biado depositing the 10-ball. This lead has now increased to 15. 43 to 28. Unfortunately for Lee Van Corteza, there is no 3-point shot in pool. So if he wants to make a comeback, he still can. But he's got to start now and hope that, well, Carlo Biado's break hasn't really been ideal today as compared to yesterday. But if Lee Van Corteza can get on a run, like probably 5 in a row, that could change the whole complexion. But nobody has established a run today. This is probably the biggest run now by Carlo Biado. 3 consecutive.
Master of kick safe besides Efren Reyes. Sino kaya?
I say
Kick
Dennis.
safe.
I say Dennis.
Dennis Orculio. That's
Yeah.
right.
This break brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Ropa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. He's going to get lucky with the 2 ball. Notice that the sofa's got the X there right now. Nobody can sit beside anybody there. We are following some very strict protocols here. Nice roll.
Look at that.
Perfect on the 3.
Nicely done.
The purple is not the 4, by the way. You would think that would be, that's a cleanup right there. If the purple was the 4, it's not. The pink is the 4.
That's right. Perhaps a combination or
Yeah,
drawback for the side.
Probably just the 4-10 right now. Just take the 4-10 combination. He's not going to do
Drawback
it.
for the side.
Yeah. Because I was thinking if he would just draw back there just a bit, he'd have a 4-10 combination that's like straight in.
Pwede nga, pwede.
No, he's going to take the 4 to the corner, 5 to the opposite corner.
Nicely done.
Not quite sure if the 6 passes the 7, though. It doesn't, so he's just going to go around it. Elementary layout here for Carlo Biado. He's about to take a 16-rack lead, which will be his largest of the tournament or of the showdown. Nine and 10, same pocket. $44-28 at the end of rack number 72. Carlo Biado now up by 16, but this is a race to 60. So let's see how Vann Corteza responds, if ever Vann Corteza gets back on the table. This is a 4 consecutive win. It's a 4-game win streak for Carlo Biado.
Ayan, shoutout sa mga tirador ng Oriental Mindoro from Kurt Soler.
That is Antonio Leaning Country right there.
Kay Vice.
Yeah, that's Nicoy's stomping grounds. And this break is brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Ropa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. And for the 4th time today, Carlo Biado scratches on the break. And this has by far been the saving grace that's been keeping Vann Corteza in the match. These little errors by Carlo Biado on the break. Again, even if Vann takes this rack, his break is crucial. If he can rule it, get consecutive breaks and runouts, it could change the complexion of this match.
All right. Nicely done.
Not quite sure if he has enough. He looks like he does have enough of the 5. Yeah. So again, look at the speed of this guy. Once he gets an open rack, it's like a practice rack for him. But again, this is all for naught if he can't control his break shot. It's got to travel a bit more.
Nice, calling it 10.
Yeah.
First combo.
Yeah.
for the last ball.
So Levan Corteza is going to cut the lead down to 15, but it all comes down to his break, really, at this point.
And of course, we would like to thank Bugsy Promotions, Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Billy's Resort in Oslo, Cebu, Aqua V, Mudcakes by V, V Lugaw, ang lugaw ng Cubao, kay Carax Kayanong ng Target on air sa DZME 1530 kHz, Bounds Apparel, Music Avenue, Vehement, all about the process, Dehadista and Liamadista Sports Bar in Timog, Quezon City. Outsville, Magic Chalk, JB Cases, Thoroughbred Layered Tips, Rop Commercial, Billiard Planet, and Hard Time Sports Bar.
This break brought to us by Hard Time Sports Bar, Ropa Commercial, and Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts. Still nothing here for Levan Corteza, unfortunately. The break has really deserted both players. Well, it's never been with Levan Corteza since day one. It's deserted Carlo Biado. Yeah, nobody's controlled the break here. And this favors Carlo Biado because all he has to do is just keep on doing these runouts. He does have a little bit of an issue here with the 3 and the 6. It's like an impending safety here on the 2. Probably send the cue ball to the other side. He's gonna call the 2 to the side. That scene. Try to get it behind the 7 on some kind of a Z kick or a Z bank. Foul. Oh, it's a good shot. Missed it.
Cue ball. Almost went in.
Yeah, so that's probably an indication of how wide the pockets are. 2 balls cannot fit.
Yan, may nagtatanong kasi kahapon, di ba?
2 balls cannot fit in that pocket. This is a Steph Curry shot coming from Carlo Biado. Does he address the 3-6? No. Might still get the 4 ball, though. He hasn't called anything. So a new development here now as the 3 ball does not pass the 7. Kill action.
Behind the 7. Look at that
Wow,
touch.
great touch.
Look at that. Ang hirap nun.
Yeah.
Control mo yun.
This is kind of hard also to get out of. He's going to go the short rail.
No problem for Carlo.
Yeah, the problem is he's sold out the entire rack
That's
now.
right. The 6 and 8 is lined up as a combo.
Yep. Everything is practically planted already. So how about our fans out there? How many of you guys watching at this time of the night in the Western Hemisphere? How many guys we got?
494.
Yeah, still pretty good.
You're welcome, Dave. He wants to say hi to Ramon Mystica.
Oh, yeah. You think we can shout that right now?
Baka magulat si Nalivan Corteza.
Back shot on the 6 is
Nicely
good.
done.
Sacrifice position on the 7, but nonetheless, this is still within his range. Back online. Vann Corteza about to win back-to-back.
CTQ Man from Connecticut.
Hello, good evening or good morning. There we go. Vann Corteza has finally breached the 30 mark. 2 hours after Carlo Biado started at 30. That lead is 14 racks now for Carlo Biado, 44 to 30. As we now enter rack number 75.
Look at this. It's 4:04 in the morning in Augusta.
In Augusta National, or Augusta, Georgia.
Yeah.
Are you working at the golf course, sir? That's like bucket list stuff. It's like before I die, I must see Augusta National.
And Camilo Guerrero from Colombia, Barranquilla, Colombia. It's 3:02 a.m.
Buenos días, señor. Vann Corteza with an emphatic break, able to pot the 1. Can see part of the 2. Probably not enough of the 2.
Yeah, not enough.
So after a fantastic break shot, he's going to have to push out. That's the nature of this game. Although we did hear an argument yesterday that Shane Van Boning was very vocal about eliminating the push-out rule. There's your push-out. To a long shot on the 2. Not much action going on anymore. Ooh, missed there. Comments-wise, I guess they're all talking to each other.
Yeah. Miguel Cruz in the Bronx.
Hey.
It's 4:07.
Yeah. Stay safe over there in New York. Stay safe everywhere, guys. I mean, this virus thing isn't over yet. Thankfully, we are allowed to have these kinds of competitions in the confines of this very secret location. Ooh, Vann missing the 3. Does he get safe? Yes, he does.
Kung pwede sanang imbitahin si Coach Monching dito sa taas, no?
Carlo's also noticing that Coach Monching is starting to struggle with his focus as well. He said, 3 ball side. 3 ball corner. No, I said side. 2 rails. Contact on the 3. 9 is moving. That's going to be a player option. And Carlo's just going to laugh at that one. That's a player option. And Vann says, come on, boy, take it. Notice when you came in here today, it was Vann Corteza was actually warming up, and he was having a business conversation with Carlo Biado. These guys are actually very good friends. So the 3 and the 5 entangled, that's not going to be a problem here for Vann Corteza. The 3 does pass into the side. Back online now. He's won back-to-back. Looking for his first 3-game win streak today. Look at that stop ball. The late Troy Danao actually mentioned that one of the hardest arts to master is the art of the stop ball.
That's right.
Let's see if Lee Vann still has more of those Pat Divney cues at home.
Puede.
We can ask some, hey, you know what? You're not using that. There you go. Lee Vann Corteza, 3 straight wins. Could this be the start of the rally that he promised to make here today?
We shall see.
Yeah, because it's been a while since he's won 3 straight.
Ayan, Benji Rojas. Pinapa-shoutout si Coach Monching and si Carlo Biado.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a question here from Romeo Buenaventura. Why Roberto Gomez keep on choking up on the last critical ball?
Yeah, Lee Vann was
It
telling us that
happened
story.
again today.
Yeah, Lee Vann was telling us that story. That was a $5,000 ball.
Ooh.
Nothing. Coach Monching beat us to the punch again. And he actually sang it too. Nothing. Must be a good karaoke guy. Coach Monching must be a good karaoke guy, huh?
Ah, minsan.
Yeah, we should.
Subukan natin.
We should ask him to join us for karaoke when all of this pandemic stuff ends. So that was funny. He beat us to it again.
Robin Hood Cruz.
Nothing. Come on, PNP boys, give the guy a break. Well, again, that nothing is going to cost Lee Vann Corteza his streak. Unless Carlo Biado trips up somewhere. Look at the travel to the 5. Again, Carlo Biado controlling the tempo, and he's still ahead here. So AJ has the calm now, or AJ has the con. I'll step away for a while. It's all on you, Mr. AJ, Lord of the Jinx. Lord of the Jinx on the con.
From Chrysler Hemuel, Boss AJ, Sir Noel, are you guys a fan of jump cues or would you rather see a battle of kick safe? Well, me personally, I am a fan of jumping. Maybe Noel's a fan of kicking. But he's out. Maybe we can ask him later. Okay, so Carlo Biado again. 44, or is it 45? Yeah, 45 games to 31. All right. So how are you guys doing? Robin Hood Cruz, pakantayin nyo ng Nothing's Gonna Change My Love for You. That's nice. All right. And once again, Carlo Biado to break. And this break is brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Ropa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. Well, it appears that the one ball passes the three. Okay, now the one ball is called on the corner. But it's gonna leave for Vann Corteza. No clear shot on the one, though. Or is there? Oh, look at that, with a swerve. Nicely done. Smooth shot on that three. And with just one mistake from Carlo, Vann is about to finish this rack. Going for win number 32, Vann Corteza, 2 balls away. And that's it, 45 to 32, still in favor of Carlo Biado. And of course, we would like to thank Bugsy Promotions, Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Billy's Resort in Oslob, Cebu, Aqua V, Mudcakes by V, V-Lugaw, ang lugaw ng Cubao, Kikarex Kayanong ng Target on air sa DZME 1530 kHz, Bounce Apparel, Music Avenue, Vehement, All About the Process, Dehadista and Llamadista Sports Bar in Timog, Quezon City, Outsville, Magic Chalk, JB Cases, Thoroughbred Layered Tips, Billiard Planet, Ropa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. And nothing again on the break for Vann. Carlo Biado has a shot on the one. And good afternoon to you, Sir Jose Haen. And yeah, thank you very much, Dave. And let us welcome back Noel Zarate.
I will speak in Filipino for just now. Ano meron?
Say ko na nga ba, ano meron eh. Ba't di mo lang English yung ano meron?
What's up?
What's up? Hindi,
What's
dapat
going on?
literal translation.
What is that? How do you translate?
Di ba? Di ba? Nahirapan ka.
What is there?
What is there? Anong meron?
What do we have? There you go. What do we have?
have?
We have the shot on the one. It's a swerve. Oh, it's a jump. Won't get safe. It's interesting to note that both gentlemen have won exactly the same amount of racks today. Both have won 15.
And shout out to Camarillo Campos watching from Rio de Janeiro.
Rio.
Mabuhay ang Pilipinas. And mabuhay din ang Brazil, syempre.
You guys take care there as well.
And we have a question kanina pala nung pag-alis mo
Yeah.
galing kay Chrysler Hemwell. If fan ba tayo ng jump cues or mag-ano pa tayo, magkikick na lang ba tayo if ever?
I'm a kick guy. AJ's a
Sabi
jump
na
guy.
nga ba
Yeah,
eh.
I'm a kick guy. AJ's a jump guy.
So there's the answer to your question,
Yeah.
Chrysler.
It was the kick is an art form.
Yeah, yun na nga. And it's not easy to master, of course.
Yeah. But AJ's a jump guy. He's actually quite a good jump shot
Ako yung
guy.
tumatalon mismo.
Yeah, you can feel it too. I mean, there's a crater left after he jumps.
Oh, so we have a question from Rudy Yee,
Yes, sir.
who is going to play for team. What's this? Team P
Team Philippines.
in the World Cup of Pool.
Well, that's a good question. I'm not quite sure. Is the World Cup of Pool on though?
Siguro, no?
Well, if I were gonna put like a list of, it's kind of hard because World Cup of Pool is really a bunch of doubles guys, right? So there's usually two representatives from the Philippines. You got Philippines A, Philippines B. Philippines used to be Django and Efren all the time, right? And doubles is a completely different animal altogether. Well, that's a good question, though. I mean, who would you put if the Philippines had to send 4 representatives to the World Cup of Pool? Mind you, doubles is a completely different discipline altogether than singles.
Kung men's doubles, siguro I'll
They have to
go-
be a good team. It's not just the great players, and we
Mm.
have a lot of great players, but they got to be a good team.
Dapat may chemistry silang
Yeah,
dalawa.
yeah.
Siyempre dapat ipagsasama mo yung dalawang parehas yung tempo.
For some reason, I think a team of Jeff De Luna and Roberto Gomez would actually be volatile and at the same time quite effective. Also, a team consisting of Ronnie Alcano and Dennis Orculio might actually be also pretty good. Although Carlo Biado is a pretty good doubles player himself. That's a tough one. But Carlo Biado has taken a 14-rack lead here, 46-32 against Vann Corteza.
Ignacio and Vann.
Jeffrey Ignacio and Vann Corteza. That's interesting. That's actually interesting. During the SEA Games, it was actually Warren Kiamco and Jeffrey Ignacio who were the teammates. And over the other side, it was Johan Chua and Carlo Biado. So 2 doubles teams as well.
Mhm. Ito, maganda. Carlo and Jericho Banyares.
That'd be good, too.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah. So, again, it's about chemistry. So during the SEA Games, it sort of worked out that you had the veteran Warren Kiamco with a 28-year-old Jeffrey Ignacio.
Yeah, they will have the World Cup of Pool this year.
Okay. Yeah, that would be very, very interesting.
Or Biado and Raga.
That's another thing.
Okay,
That's tough. That's tough, really. You're only sending 4 people.
From Will Totten, Efren, and Bustamante.
Efren and Django, they've won it twice already. Here's a
Yeah.
push out now from Vann Corteza. They won it 2006 and 2013. And
Yeah.
Efren, mind you, is still pretty much in condition to play long
Yeah.
because of all of his one-pocket stuff that he's been up to. Yeah, that'd probably be a sentimental draw having Efren and Django, although Efren has sort of declared that he is retired from international play.
Or the Surigao boys, or Julio and Ignacio.
That would be good too.
And howdy to you too, Sarah Jackson from Monroe, Michigan.
Howdy. Actually, there is a hidden talent here called the Black Tiger Bomb.
In the name of Chris
Yeah,
Biado.
Chris Biado and his brother Carlo. Yeah,
Well, they could be a good, good team.
that'd be a good team. One serious, one very funny.
Yeah. Chris and Carlo Biado. Sounds good. And Julius Orculio and Dennis Orculio.
That's another one. Good.
Paramihan ng ano yan, paramihan ng extra rice.
Oh,
Yung labanan doon.
Levan Corteza just scratched after.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it was a great kick to make contact. However, the 9 ball got in the way.
Raga Orculio.
Raga Orculio, actually Raga Chua would also be good. That's why I want to see how they pair up against Efren and Django
Yes,
on April
soon.
9 to 10.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be a 9 ball Scotch doubles, pretty similar to the World Cup of Pool. I just remember in 2006, I would stay up, really, literally stay up to watch every match of Efren and Django. Philippines A, Philippines B. I think, wasn't Carlo Biado in Philippines A in 2006? I'm not quite sure. If it was Carlo and Ronnie in Philippines A, and Efren and Django Philippines B. You probably know more than we do. Carlo Biado looking good to take another 15 rack lead here. So AJ took the phone. Let's see if I can access it here though. So I can see some of your comments as well. As Carlo Biado is on his way to a cleanup here. Adnan Fazlovich is saying Dennis and Carlo would be the best. They're two of the best players in the world. Hopefully they could also translate to being a good team. Orculio and Raga, that would be also good, according to Buji. But you're going to end up having a mentor and a student at the same time, although Anton Raga is a pretty good player himself. I'm still very particular having like a Ronnie Alcano on the team. As Carlo Biado has now opened up a 47 to 32 lead here against Levan Corteza. So once again, keep those comments coming, guys. Great to have you with us. So with this, we are now entering rack number 80. Rack 80. Our score is 47 to 32 in favor of the man about to break right now. Carlo Biado, the 37-year-old from La Union province in the Philippines. For the 6th time, scratches on his break. This is something that happened to him like only once or twice yesterday. There you go, Alcano and Orculio once teamed up in the World Cup of Pool as well. That's from Rudy Yee. I'm just wondering who Philippines A was in 2006. Don't remember exactly who. A little bit of a situation here with a clump of balls, but it looks like everything's makeable though. for Levan Corteza, the Slayer. They get the 2 ball into the side. He just rolls that in. He can get the 3 in the corner, 4 into the side. Pretty much the cue ball's pivoting in that spot. 5 does pass the 10. It's only then that the cue ball leaves the area after the 5 ball. So pretty much he's pivoting in this area. Took a glance at the 10. Oh, that's unfortunate. For the second time in a row, Levan Corteza is going to scratch. And the problems at the layout have already been solved. So, Carlo Biado looking good to take a 16-rack lead. He opened today up by 13. Has been having difficulties with his break. Five ball goes in the corner. He'll have a good prep going to the 6, probably even go around the 6 to avoid the combination with the 7. Menzi Mendoza saying, how about Django and Dennis, 2 of the most experienced? I agree. That would actually be a good team as well. But again, it's tough. You're only sending 2 players. Or 2 teams, rather, to the World Cup of Pool. So the selection, I'm pretty sure Django is going to decline. Efren has already said he's retired from international competition, so it's pretty much who's the next in line in terms of seniority. That would be guys like Warren Kiamco, Antonio Lining, Ronnie Alcano would probably be the next tier. Dennis Orculio, of course. Then you got the next tier coming in, guys like Jeff De Luna, Roberto Gomez. Then after that, you have the Jericho Banyares line, Carlo Biado as well. Levan Corteza is actually in the upper tier as well. So many to choose from, to be honest. I wouldn't want to be in the selection process of that. Yeah, Gonzalo Roman is reminding us in the 2006 World Cup of Pool, Efren and Django actually defeated Earl Strickland and Rodney Morris for the championship. That is correct. And Robin Lowe is saying that Levan has an injury. It's something that he had never mentioned to us. Boy, Carlo Biado's break has really deserted him. And Simon Salas is saying that Levan Corteza is a little bit on the unfortunate side today. Nature of the game. But it's still not over, despite the fact that Carlo Biado's got the 16-rack lead. Actually, Efren and Django did win the World Cup twice, 2006 and here in the Philippines in 2013. And how about this rim out, or we call a mumugation, from Levan Corteza. So string of unfortunate events continues. Luckily for him, this is going to be a tough shot on the 2. And AJ has returned from his journey to the outdoors. It's a little bit of a gloomy day here at Quezon City in the Philippines. A little past 4:30 in the afternoon, so thanks for staying with us on this so far. You've been watching Carlo Biado still pretty much do Carlo Biado stuff. Look at this roll
look
on
at
the
that.
2.
And he's okay on the 3. Nicely done.
He's been making some big shots at the right time to keep Levan Corteza at bay. Okay on the 3, but he's going to have to do some work to get back to the 4. unless he can hold this position, which seems unlikely because he's queuing away. That 3 ball is going to go into the corner pocket. He's going to be queuing away.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Simon Sales, sabi niya, why not alternate break? Siguro mas matagal game pag ganon.
Yeah, this was decided. This was winner's break from the get-go, from the first showdown that they had last November. It was winner's break, so that's what the agreement's been.
Actually, yung winner's break, yan yung gusto ni Shane Van Boening.
Yeah.
Pabor sa kanya kasi maganda ang break niya.
Not only that, and Earl Strickland also made this point before. It's like rewarding the guy for winning the rack. It's that simple.
Yeah, pwede rin. No?
This combination's not going to work.
No, I think he was trying to hit the 5 for the 4.
That would cheating the pocket from that distance. That's a tough shot. That's a very tough shot.
No, that's the one.
Yeah, from that distance, it's easier, of course. And here comes the speed of Vann Corteza once again. He's still down 16. It's still not being daunted by the fact that he does have to come back here. He does have the whole afternoon to do it, but he needs some consistency on his break, really, because the pocketing is there for both players. It's still pretty much on an elite level. It's just really the break.
So ito pala yung kasagutan sa tanong natin, yung kay Shane Van Boening and Dennis. So raised 120 pala yun.
It was raised 120.
Oh, yun yung last.
So Vann Corteza wins that rack. Cuts the lead down to 15, 48-33.
And of course, we would like to thank Bugsy Promotions, Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Billy's Resort in Oslo, Cebu, Aqua V, Mudcakes by V, V Lugaw, ang lugaw ng Cubao, Kikarex Kayanong ng Target on airs at DZME 1530 kHz, Bounce Apparel, Music Avenue, Vehement, all about the process, Dehadista and Llamadista Sports Bar in Quezon City, Outsville, Magic Chalk, JB Cases, Thoroughbred Layered Tips, Billiard Planet, Ropa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar.
Again, that was a solid break, but nothing went down. Maybe Vann can try a different speed on his break. I mean, we are following international rules here, which means that 3 balls have to cross the head string. Minimum 3 balls have to cross the head string. But if he changes speed, he can still get that done. Vann Corteza walking into a safety. 2-rail kick. And gets safe. Carlo's going to kick off the short rail. The whole 1 ball is now seen. So this could be another safety, probably sending the cue ball somewhere behind the 2 ball. No, but Vann's going to go the other way. He's called bank, and he makes the bank. Wow. And it clears the 7. Or does it? Not really.
Got hooked a bit.
He's going to jump at this again. It's pretty straight in if he gets the right angle. And does he get safe? Not really, because the cue ball... Yeah, you can see the 2 from here. Does it pass the 9? That's the question. Oh, it does pass the 9. If Carlo can sink this, he's got the rack once again. Yeah, he's online. How are you guys doing out there?
Yeah, shout out to
Are we
Kai
lulling you to
Chong.
sleep? Who?
Kai Chong, my
Uh-huh.
friend. Si Asing.
Once again, an elementary layout for Carlo Biado.
From Sir Menzi Mendoza, it's safe to say Carlo wins this match.
Oh, wow. Let's see if the Lord of the Jinx
Nah,
is going to reign
this
supreme
guy
today.
is unjinxable.
Not with this layout, at least, right?
Well, with that lead, it's
Well,
hard to beat him.
All depends. Again, if Levi and Corteza can get it going on his break, then that's great. Question is, will Carlo Biado allow him back on the table?
And good afternoon to Mark O'Brien
Hey, Mark.
from St. Louis.
St. Louis, Missouri.
from Nick Patrick. Don't put that evil on Carlo.
See, I'm telling you, you're famous, AJ. You're famous internationally now
The line is
because of your
not me.
line.
Not me.
Hey, Nick, why don't you try? Why don't you try that when you're playing against one of your buddies and you see he's got a good layout, probably from the 7 ball. Say, hey, buddy, that's safe to say. Let's just see what happens. It's got to be from the 7 ball. It's like 7, 8, 9, 10. It's good layout. Yeah, buddy, that's safe to say. Safe to say you got this. Just watch the magic unfold.
That's so funny, man. Don't put that evil on Carlo.
Right. You've been warned, sir. I mean, how many pros has AJ done this to? He hasn't done it to Carlo Biado yet, though.
This guy's unjinxable.
Okay. I thought Efren was, too. You got Efren, too.
Yeah, just the once.
That's still jinxing the legend. You got Francisco 3 times. You got Ronnie once, or maybe twice. You got Dennis once during the bank shot contest. Don't think you got Biado yet. Safety battle ensues here. How are you guys doing once again?
Billy and Cardona might be the worst ever for the commentator's curse.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you know what? But Billy's done so many games. It's bound to happen, right? That nothing's ever gonna beat AJ Ong's. Safe to say, nothing in the world will beat that. We're calling him the Nega Star here in the Philippines, and he's
Mega star.
also known as Lord of the Jinx.
I think Carlo has vaccination against STS.
Yeah.
Safe
But
to
it
say.
all depends because there could be a new variant. Tries to bank this one in. Is he gonna get safe with it? Not really.
One is seen.
This could be another safety here. Just barely stays behind the 7.
Oh, Nick Patrick is waiting for the T-shirts.
You know what, Nick? Just to let you in on a little secret, I think they're talking to some apparel companies right now. And the whole design of the Sharks shirts could change very, very soon.
Yeah, that's right.
I was actually suggesting that you make the color of the shirt according to the color of the ball. Like if you have player number 1, He let him have the yellow shirt. And player number 2 let him have the blue shirt. All the way 9-10, probably a stripe yellow and a stripe
So
blue.
actually, ano idea yon? Sino nagsabi?
No, I gave the idea of having it different colors for each player representative. Of course, that's a little taxing,
Okay.
but there's also an idea of the material of the shirt that I'm wearing right now, which is the Air Fit, really something like that. Change the material altogether. But of course, that's all in the works. Nothing official yet. But the big benefit for Nick is if in case we do change shirts, all the old shirts are up for grabs.
Yung mga luma.
You can have one of the old shirts. I would love to have one of those old shirts, though.
From Mark O'Brien, worst commentator is Danny Diliberto.
Well, he's not that bad. My favorite one's really Jeremy Jones. And I've been told I sound like him every now and then. Of course, Jim Weiss is a personal favorite of mine.
Sige, sampalan mo sila ng ano mo, Jeremy Jones.
Let's see if I get a sinus first. That's the requirement.
Kailangan may sinusitis.
You got to have a little bit of a sinus. Good angle here from the 9 going to the 10.
Well, he landed a bit straight. Maybe he has a bit of
Look
an
at this.
angle.
Yeah,
There
he
you
can just
go.
do that. Lee Van Corteza is not going anywhere yet. He's going to fight to the end. He's down 15 racks. 49 to 34.
If we would have a team match like the one in Moscone Cup, who would be in your team of 5 Filipino players?
That's a lot easier to make 5 though, but it's not as easy as we can make it sound. Definitely, in my opinion, the veterans or the legends will probably be like advisors. Efren and Django probably wouldn't be on that team. I'd probably still think that Dennis would probably be the captain of that team. You put Dennis, you put Carlo in there, you put Dodong in there as well. Then it's a coin flip on who gets the other 2 spots. Probably give one to Jeff. Not quite sure. So it's pretty tough because you do have these young players as well coming up. Jeff De Luna, Jeffrey Ignacio, Roberto Gomez, of course, some of the old vets as well. You do want a veteran presence on your team, so
Of course.
you still want guys like Warren Kiamco, Antonio Lining, probably still available there. It's tough, really, to select just 5 and 5 and 1 alternate, right? And a non-playing captain, perhaps.
From Martin Gonzalez, the best commentator, Noel Zarate.
No. Thank you, I appreciate it, but I'm not the best one. AJ Ong's the best at what he does, jinxing players.
Danny D is such a legend, though. If he wants to commentate until he's 100,
He can.
he has earned it.
He can.
Senile or not.
Yeah. He's the guy who doesn't believe in the use of the Q extension. He'd rather use the bridge.
Yeah. And from Blake Lopez, Jeremy Jones is most certainly the best commentator to listen to.
Yeah.
You can learn a lot of knowledge listening to him.
That's actually right. That's why I gravitate towards him. Jim Weiss was the first one when I was starting out doing poker commentary. Jim Weiss was somebody I wanted to emulate, actually. But he has such a deep knowledge of the game that it's quite a chore to keep up with him.
110 combination.
Who said that?
What?
You want a 110 combination?
There you go. A 110. I tried the 110.
He's going to have an option, though. 10's going to go down. And with this option comes an open table, except for the 5, which has a very specific landing spot. behind the six.
Let's say one of the best. Noel Zarate. All
Oh,
right.
I really appreciate it, actually. It's quite flattering.
But Jeremy Jones, one of the best one pocket commentators for sure.
Oh, yeah, definitely. He knows what he's talking about.
And magandang hapon sa'yo, Darwin Bernardes from Davao.
Good afternoon.
Yan, best friend
Ooh,
ni Champ Dennis Orculio.
another unforced here coming from Livan
Ivan
Corteza.
Corteza, yeah. Bad miss on that three.
He just can't seem to get any form of momentum going at this point. One guy really that you work with him commentary, Johnny Archer, he's extremely funny. He has a different take on everything. I enjoyed working with Corey Deuel a lot though, because Corey Deuel goes through the mentality of the shot. He's not only looking at the first shot here. He's going, all right, now he's doing this. Corey would probably say something like, all right, he's doing this 5-6 combination right now, but he's also thinking about how he's going to get in shape for the 7, which is like miles away. That's what you like about Corey Deuel's commentary because he gets into the head of the players.
Ayan. Kaya di maiwanan ng PNP boys paggabi. Magaling na commentator po talaga.
Oh my goodness.
Yan.
I appreciate you guys. Yeah, and
Theory,
AJ.
Padu, Alex Laley, and Jeremy Jones for the knowledge they impart on the viewers.
Yeah.
Sid Waddell, or
Sid Waddell. Yeah, Sid
for
Waddell.
pure excitement.
Yeah, Sid Waddell's Mr. Energy, really. No, you're right about Alex Laley. I forgot about Alex Laley and Alan Richardson. Alan Richardson is actually, he bounces off of Jim Weichmore. But Alex Laley is like really, he just talks for an entire rack. And you learn so much from him.
Yeah.
He's a pretty good player as well.
Eto, tama to sabi ni Gonzalo Roman. Earl Strickland also is good in commentating.
I agree, because Earl Strickland will give you plan A, plan B, plan
yes,
C.
oo, marami siyang ano doon.
Yeah.
Variety na pwedeng mangyari sa shot.
Yeah. Livan Corteza somehow survives that. And he has moved up to 35 wins. He's still down 14 at this point, though, 49 to 35. As we now enter rack number 85. And if I'm starting to sound like Jeremy Jones, please let me know. We do have some sponsors to thank.
Of course, yes. We would like to thank Bugsy Promotions, Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Billy's Resort in Oslab, Cebu, Aqua V, Mudcakes by V, V Lugaw, ang lugaw ng Cubao, Kikarex Kayanong ng Target on airs at DZME 1530 kHz, Bounce Apparel, Music Avenue, Vehement, all about the process, Dehadista and Liamadista Sports Bar in Timog, Quezon City. Outsville, Magic Chalk, JB Cases, Thoroughbred Layered Tips, Billiard Planet, Rapa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar.
Livan Cortez is now just shaking his head. He's tried everything today. He was fortunate to not scratch, but he's tried everything already. It's a pretty good spread. Carlo does have a shot on the 1. If he makes the 1, it's a pretty good layout for him to just finish up. And that should be a Carlo Biado rack right there, just on that opening shot alone, unless AJ says something. The only guy who can stop Carlo Biado now is AJ Ong.
Matchroom is so smart. They take their 2 best commentators, pull them out of the box, and make them the Mosconi Cup captains. Yeah, that's Alex Laley and
Steve Davis?
Steve Davis, yeah.
Well, Alex Laley's a pretty good player, man.
Dami ng paghanga sa'yo, pakain ka naman, Lodi.
Who's that? Who's that? Who said that?
Edwin Paul Reyes.
Oh, hello, Edwin. I thought it was Reginald Cabatu. Yeah, we still have some baked macaroni here from Vann Corteza. I hear the Black Tiger bomb in my head somewhere. I'm pretending it does not exist, but it feels like a virus. Yeah, once again, this is Noel Zarate speaking in English for our international audience, and AJ Ong speaking in the vernacular for our Filipino audiences around the world, and the Black Tiger Bomb, Chris Biado, somewhere in the background, speaking in tongues.
Have you heard Alex Pagulayan commentate?
Yes, I have, actually.
He's very funny.
He's quite
Sabi ni Sir
entertaining.
Menzi.
Yeah, he's quite entertaining. They tried to put Alex Pagulayan with me in poker commentary once. It turned out to be so hilarious because he was trying to predict what the players would do next, and the player would do the exact opposite. He's a fun guy. Alex is a really fun guy. You got to keep up with him, though. 8 to the side here. It's going to be a 15-rack lead once again for Carlo Biado. And he will be 10 wins away from winning the final showdown. 50 to 35.
10 wins away
Yeah.
for Carlo. And the shoutout to Reginald Cabatu.
There he
Kanina
is.
daw kay Cassie. Sa heart ni Cassie ngayon, nasa heart ni Rain.
Wow. You're gonna get sick doing that, sir.
Scott Brian Aquitania. Yan. Shoutout si Gabs Billiard Hall from Rosario, La Union.
Yeah, that's Biado country right there
Mm.
in La Union.
And binabati natin si Engineer Maro Chavez.
Good afternoon from the Philippines. It's still afternoon here. It's
Yeah.
approaching 5 p.m. What time is it in your neck of the woods? For those of you watching us, this is Noel Zarate with the English commentary. And for the 7th time, Carlo Biado is going to scratch on his break. That is one stat that we have really kept tabs on with regards to Carlo Biado. As opposed to yesterday, he only missed 6 breaks, 1 scratch or 2 scratches. Today, he scratched 7 times. And that's why he can't pull away. So it's a good thing that Carlo built that 13-rack lead in day 1.
What would be your all-time favorite player moniker?
Ooh, that's a good one. How about you, AJ? What do you think?
Diamond? Dodong Diamond?
I still say Lord of the Jinx for AJ Ong.
Dodong Diamond or the Superman? Right.
I still don't know the story how Roberto got Superman.
Yeah,
really.
actually may nagtatanong kanina kung
Yeah.
paano nga nakuha yung Superman. Dapat tanong natin sa kanya
Yeah.
next time.
I like among the ladies though. There's one moniker, Eva Mataya Lawrence. I loved her moniker. You guys remember Eva Mataya Lawrence? The striking Viking.
The Striking Viking.
Because she is a very pretty lady.
So is she sponsored by Viking?
No, she's I think she's from where are the Vikings from? What countries are the
Okay.
Vikings from? She's from one of those Scandinavian countries originally. So Eva Mataya Lawrence, Eva Mataya when she was before she married Mitch
Striking
Lawrence,
Viking.
she got the name the Striking Viking. That's
The Duchess of Doom. Who's the Duchess of Doom?
that would be Alison Fisher.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the Striking Viking is like, wow, that's perfect right there.
Yeah, Scandinavia.
Yeah, somewhere in Scandinavia. There are like 3 countries in Scandinavia. That's why she's called the Striking Viking. Ended up marrying the commentator, Mitch Lawrence, if I'm not mistaken, who she works with every now and then for those ESPN coverages. Yeah, for me, that would be the best one, really, the Striking Viking. The Duchess of Doom, that's also pretty creative.
From Blake Lopez, I wonder how good Corey Duel would be in the booth.
No, he's pretty straight up. He's serious though. Not like Johnny Archer, who's like flip really. No,
Flip.
he's really flip, guys. I swear to God. I worked with him in 2004. He's really funny. Corey Duel is more like the astute. He looks at the astute way of the. Of course, Corey Duel was pretty young in 2004, but he would sort of get into the mentality of the shot, mentality of the preparation. Not as probably not as articulate as the others yet at the time. Of course, I haven't worked with him since then. Yeah, but he was pretty good. This is going to be a tough shot here. Around to get to this. What a shot by Carlo Biado. However, that's not where he called it.
Yeah, too bad.
It's a player option. If that was 9 ball, that would have been like everybody would have applauded. But this is 10 ball. Among the guys' monikers, which one stands out? The Iceman, Mika Immonen. Oh.
Oh, miss on the 7.
The unforced errors continue now for Vann Corteza.
Yeah, the Iceman sounds good too.
Yeah. The Iceman, but there's got to be one that really stands out, like RoboCop or something like that, right?
Yeah, RoboCop. The Black Tiger Bomb.
Well, that's the best one. He started out as the Black Eye.
Nayari na naman daw siya sa loob.
We got to turn on the webcam. We got to show who Chris Biado is.
Yeah. Do you guys want to see Carlo's brother? No, si Carlo. Ay, si Chris.
Yeah, you got to make him say hi on the webcam.
Yeah. Pabati natin mamaya.
Let's see if we can get that set up. In the meantime, Chris's brother is busy fashioning out win number 51 to put him 9 racks away from victory.
Are there still any active carom players in the Philippines?
Efren, actually, and there's this young guy who joined in the Southeast Asian Games as well. His name escapes me right now. Ronnie's a pretty good carom player, too. Ronnie Alcano's a pretty good carom player.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, anything that Efren excelled in, Ronnie studied. That's how much Ronnie Alcano idolizes Efren.
Yeah.
And to the same degree, Vann Corteza as well.
Now look at this from Sir Menzi Mendoza.
Yeah.
My choices for Pinoy Mosconi Cup team.
Yeah.
Efren is the playing coach.
Yeah.
Django,
Yeah.
Dennis, Carlo Biado, Dodong Diamond, Warren Kiamco, and Jeff. Jeff who? Jeff Ignacio or Jeff De Luna?
Jeff Ignacio is actually one of those rising stars
Yeah.
of Philippine billiards to me. He's one of the rising stars, really. But if you guys haven't watched this guy, Baset Mokaibat, he's also pretty much going to be like one of those guys who'd remind you of, who's this guy? Like Niels Fayen, except that he's more of an Iron Man type. Imposing figure, really. Because when you see guys like Rodney Morris, big guy, imposing, but when you get to talk to him, he's a clown.
Yeah.
Really, he's really funny. But with Niels Fayen, when he was here, it's like you're afraid of him when you see him. Same thing with Oliver Ortman. It's interesting what Vann just did to that 2-ball. Like Oliver Ortman, it's like you have to salute Oliver Ortman or something like that. That's what it feels like when you want to talk to him.
Sino yung brother ni Carlo? Si Chris Tucker ba?
Chris
Sabi ni
Tucker
Edwin
Biado.
Valdez.
That's gonna be that's gonna work too. Chris Tucker Biado.
Pati atang ngipin, same sila ni Alcano and Efren.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
actually,
no.
yes.
No, but the thing is, there's an urban legend that because Ronnie idolized Efren so much that he had all his teeth pulled out, right? That's the urban legend.
Yeah.
But the real story is that Ronnie's teeth started to give in, so he just decided to just pull them all out. Yeah, his teeth started to decay earlier than a lot of people's teeth would. So that's the true story for Ronnie. So Carlo Biado fashioning out this after that wild shot by Vann Corteza earlier.
And look at this from Brad Hamill. My pool nickname is Kalbo because I shave my head. My Pinay wife makes fun of my name and says it over and over when she's angry.
Welcome to our world, sir. I would imagine
Imagine that,
I
yeah.
would probably get the same treatment from my wife
Kalbo!
and my friends.
Yeah, here, from Blake Lopez, I hate to see Levan play this bad, so uncharacteristic.
Yeah, well, Vann's had his good days. Actually, Vann was the champion during our rotation showdown just a few weeks back. And he actually did play well in part two, except that he's probably getting frustrated because his break is just zero right now. I mean, he started out well. He was shooting above 50% on his break. But then it deserted him, and sometimes, it gets to you.
Ayan, to maganda. From Richard Dayot, sana may replay for those interesting shots. Well, soon.
We're working on that. It's we're pretty new here. We started out in November. It took a lot of money to actually put the multiple camera setup together.
Yeah.
When you see some of the live views from other live feeds, they're using one camera. We're using several. We even have this graphic machine now telling us that this break is brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts. We're up a commercial in Hard Time Sports Bar. And we have this audio setup here as well. Baby steps. We really want that. I actually want a telestrator, too. That's going to make AJ and I look like fools. We have the telestrator.
Hindi natuloy.
And then the complete opposite happens. We're going to be working on that technology. In fact, we've had a few meetings here already about that. Because when we have the replay machine, we can make a highlight show. That'd be great, right? We can make a highlight show like top 10 shots of the week or something like that.
Etong si Carl Abog nag-second the motion din. Maganda nga na may highlight shots.
Yeah. Just a slow motion machine. It actually costs money. It's not as simple as it is. It's like a dedicated machine just for slow motion replays.
Dedicated camera, right?
Yeah, well, not really the camera. You can get it from the shot from within the actual live shot, but there's a machine that does that actually.
Okay.
So yeah, baby steps. I mean, just the mere fact that we have like 1, 2, 3, 4 angles for this one. You can see the top shot. You can see the bottom shot, and you look at the other streams, they have one camera. It's not their fault. That's just the way they're built. But we're trying to raise it as well. And you notice when we do the international commentary, unless we have like somebody like Vann Corteza here, one of us has to speak in English straight, so that we can cater to both the international audience and AJ caters to the local audience. Something we stumbled upon that works.
Well, hopefully it works.
Yeah. So we do have all of your suggestions are really appreciated. They're really great. We're just working on it slowly, and rest assured, one day, everything will fall into place. We just want to thank our friends, of course, from Bugsy Promotion for making all of this happen. Inviting all of these pros, having all of these events. When you guys come in here for the live stream as well. It's not easy doing this in the middle of a pandemic too.
That's right.
So our friends, of course, our boss Perry Mariano, Hadley Mariano. Hats off to you guys for putting all of this together. It's been amazing so far.
That's right. And from Robin Hood Cruz, that's cool. Then Sir AJ will write STS using the telestrator.
Yes. If he won't, I will write it for him, and I'll say AJ says STS.
What the hell?
And
And yeah, from Chrysler Himuel, it's a good idea to have a 5 versus 5 team match.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. Actually, there were plans of having a Moscone Cup type setup, Philippines versus Taiwan.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful break by Vann Corteza. Where the heck was this the whole day? Yeah, we're already thinking about guys like Ko Pin Yi, Wu Cha Ching, coming over, Fong Pang Chao, Yang Ching Shun, probably one more from Chinese Taipei, from Taiwan, going up against 5 from the Philippines. We get to host it too. And you're going to have,
bad miss on the
It's a
3.
really bad miss there by Vann Corteza. He was perfect on the 4. Another unfortunate unforced error. Yeah, we get to host that, and you're going to see all the jump shots you want. I guarantee you. When you have a Philippines versus Taiwan, you're going to see all the jump shots. Just made it.
Yeah, he fell a bit short, but he's okay.
Yeah, he just made it. So Carlo Biado's 8 racks away. Back to the order of business here. 8 racks away from being crowned the winner of the final showdown. And to be the best 10-ball player, at least, here at Sharks. Yeah, so thank you for your comments. We do have a bunch of them here. And, thank goodness we're keeping you guys entertained, even if it is like the sun's coming out already in some parts of the Western Hemisphere.
Sabi ni Robin Hood Cruz, si Liang Chen Doon sa Team Taiwan.
Yeah, he'd be the alternate. He'd be the non-playing captain.
Liang Chen all right. And speaking of, wala ata siya dito, no?
Yeah, he might join us tonight, though.
Baka mamayang gabi nga.
Carlo Biado, 53 wins, 7 wins away. And he has opened up another 17-rack lead here against Vann Corteza in the final showdown. So once again, your comments for these gentlemen too. We're going to try to get as many of your comments to them as we can. Of course, even our legendary coach, Ramon Mystica, who's busy racking it up right now. He'll be very thrilled to know that some of you are acknowledging him as well. Here comes Carlo Biado now. With this break brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Rapa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. That's an indication of where things are going now. So everything else stopped except the 3, and the 3 rolled in. However, no clean shot on the 1 for Carlo. You can see a piece of it. He's going to do a push-out. Vann Corteza is going to take a look at this. Missed on the 1. Exposes the 1.
Has the Philippines start playing on the Chinese pool tables much?
You mean you're talking about the smaller pockets?
Yeah, the Joy brand.
Shane Van Boning's actually on Facebook a lot, shooting into those pockets when he does his practice runs. Yeah, that's one of the practice tools that we have here. We're still using the Brunswick tables. But, of course, some of our amateur players actually have acquired those smaller pocketed tables. One of them being, of course, your ex-friend, Ryan Serrano. Power draw. Really didn't help him because the 5 ball went back to where it was supposed to be dislodged from.
Yeah.
Looks like he can still make the 5, except that the cue ball is going to be an issue getting to the 6.
Might even scratch.
Yeah, unless he controls this. He's a little bit offline, so he's... there's There's a safety shot here, though. And he's still going to call the 5 into the corner. Using the 8, almost got away with it, too. Didn't leave a look here for Vann Corteza, though. Swerves around. Doesn't get safe, though. He wanted to hit the 10. So back to business here for the Black Tiger.
Why is there no snooker player from the Philippines?
There actually was one from the Philippines. Actually, we did have a few representatives during the Southeast Asian Games. Perhaps the most famous snooker player we have here turned into a pool player eventually by the name of Marlon Manalo, who is now a counselor in the city of Mandaluyong. Yeah, he was probably the most celebrated snooker player that we had, but then, of course, the bright lights of 9-ball brought him to pocket billiards. And snooker, there's hardly any snooker tables here in the Philippines, actually.
And by the way, Sir Noel,
Yes, sir.
Iwa Mataya Lawrence is Swedish American.
Swedish, there you go, Swedish. From one of the Scandinavian countries. The Striking Viking. That's a pretty smart one, though.
The best moniker that I've ever heard is Jumbo Bustamante.
You're going to see him tonight, I think. I don't know if he's in the lineup. Yeah, Jumbo Bustamante.
Bustamante.
He's one of the funniest guys you're ever going to meet, too.
By far.
Yeah.
Jumbo Bustamante.
So my first day working here, I saw the list and I saw this guy's moniker. I said, I got to see who this guy is. I saw the list of players. Said, okay, where's this Jumbo Bustamante guy? And I saw him and said, oh my gosh, that's like the best one of all. Well, the best one right now for Carlo Biado is he is 6 wins away.
That's right.
And he has opened up his largest lead of the competition. This is an 18-rack lead now, 54-36. So once again, my name is Noel Zarate, doing the English commentary with AJ Ong, who is reading all of your messages and trying to speak in the vernacular as well for our Filipino audiences here and abroad.
Robin Hood Cruz. Nope. Bayaw bayaw for me.
Did you hear what he was called last night? He was called Bayaw Bayaw Bayaw. He was just shaking his head when he was introduced. It's like that's the most creative you can get.
Ano daw?
Carlo said 4 ball, and then Ramon Mystica said 4 or 5. Oh, 5, 5, 5, sorry.
Okay, so
He thought he was calling the 4. It's the 5.
again,
Yeah.
nalito siya sa ano doon, 4 and 5.
Yeah, that is the 5 ball deposited now. Ramon Mystica said 4 or 5. It's like you don't want to foul. The 4 is right there in front of him. Oh, that strike helped. And look at this right now. Another manageable rack here for Carlo Biado. In line for the 6. Keep your comments coming, guys. We're about to, if Carlo continues this run, we could end a lot sooner than expected.
Who do you think will be the next Filipino player to win world championships in 2 different pool disciplines?
What are the two different 9 and 10? Are those the two different
Or
disciplines, or
8 or 10, perhaps?
I don't know? Eight is eight still acknowledged like a world championship? 9 and 10 are the ones that are acknowledged as world championships now. And I think the Derby City Classic is like the Olympics already of pool,
Yeah.
because you got everything there, except perhaps carom.
Oh, yeah. Yun lang.
Yeah, because you need a special table for that one.
And snooker.
On snooker, yeah, but that's not considered pool though. So as it's 55-36, the lead is now 19 for Carlo Biado. And also, for the Derby City Classic, they use the 10-foot table. It's like, okay, you're so good at the bar, what do you call that? The bar table. Then you get the standard 9. But in the Derby City Classic, they use the 10-foot table. So this break is brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Rapa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. Nothing on the break here. Yeah, Livan Corteza has a sticky layout here. Oops.
Mm-hmm.
It's still
Still
okay.
okay.
Yeah, tried to dislodge the 5 at least to give him a shot at it in the side pocket. Just needs to stop the cue ball right here. He'll have a good shot at the 5. Oh, almost left that hanging. Yeah, when it comes to pocketing, Livan Corteza's still elite. He just had a few unforced errors here that allowed Carlo Biado to pad his lead. I mean, look at this. I probably watch an hour of this, just him going around the table, than the other live streams. You're gonna learn so much about how his philosophy on his shots are. No problem there. So Livan Corteza is gonna cut the lead down.
There's a good question here from Reginald Cabatu, who's the first ever Filipino world champion. Is it Jose Pariga?
I'm not quite sure if they had the World Championships during that time. Did they have the World Championships already? I'm sure some of our fans are knowledgeable about the goings on of billiards in the 60s, 70s, because I know that the World Championship was really more from the Moscone Cup, but that was just America versus Europe. So it was really matchroom sports that made the World Championship such a spectacle as well. So I'm sure there were issues or editions of the World Championship before that. Yeah, ball made on the break. I know the first Filipino to win the World Championship was Efren in '99. I could be wrong as well. At least the matchroom version.
Look at this. After the 2, there's a 3-10 combination.
That's exactly what he's going to visit.
Or is he going to take the billiard?
Yeah, he just called it 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's easier than the billiard. So back-to-back racks won. Lead down to 17. 55-38. Again, Carlo Biado is just 5 racks away, but can Livan Corteza put a sick run together?
Shane Van Boning and Livan Corteza would be a great match to watch.
That's going to be a cerebral match, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But the draw really is, and I would still pay good money for a Dennis Orculio, Shane Van Boning matchup. No disrespect to Livan Corteza, but That is something that you would really pay good money to see. Oops. Scratch on the break for Vann Corteza.
Sinong Filipino pool player daw ang endorser ng isang smartphone?
Oh, is there one? I know Efren endorses a beer.
Kay Robin Hood Cruz nang galing to, ha?
Wonder who that would be. And that probably would be a joke too. Let's see what the punchline is. Carlo straight on the 2. Look at this English that he's going to be putting on this one. Forward, around, 3 ball in the corner. You're going to learn a lot from watching these guys.
And shout out to Raymond Faraon.
Hey, the Pharaoh.
The Pharaoh. Sabi niya yung mga bola parang prutas na.
Yeah, exactly what we were talking about.
Ito,
Yeah, that's the Suha.
suha.
This is the Duhat.
Itong 4, ano to? Mangustin.
This is the 5. This is the 5 actually.
5 yan na
That's the
naman tayo.
Duhat. Duhat, and then you have the
Cinco.
Dalandan.
Dalandan naman susunod.
Yeah, and then the Chico.
Chico. Di ba? Ano yung itim?
Bulok.
Bulok. Bulok na Chico.
Bulok na kahit ano.
Na kahit ano. Ano itong 9, Lanzones?
Yes. Or the
Hindi,
one.
uno yung Lanzones.
Yeah, the one can be Lanzones. Ito yung Lanzones na nabubulok na.
Hindi, wait lang. 1 lemon. Diba?
Could be a Lanzones. Ooh.
Oh. Miss on the Chico. A miss on the Chico.
Vann ain't done yet.
Yes. He has a good shot on that bulok na Chico. Bulok.
Try to think of a black fruit.
Black fruit. Wala
Can't think of
bulok na
one.
Chico nga. Mga
I can't
ganun
think
eh.
of one. And when you see a fruit is black, it means it's rotten already.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Miss on the 10.
And yet another unforced error for Vann Corteza.
Ito pala yung sagot ni Robin Hood. Rodolfo Boy Samsung. Luat.
I knew it was a joke. I knew it was a joke.
No, and he left the 10 again.
It's destined to be Vann Corteza's rack. So 55 to 39. Vann Corteza putting together a run here after winning 3 straight. Carlo Biado once again 5 racks away from victory.
Manggang bulok.
As we now enter rack number, holy cow, rack number 95, really? We are now on rack 95.
The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice.
Yes, for blackberries, that is true. And that is a massive break coming from Vann Corteza. It looks like he put all his frustrations and anger and all his failures in life in one break. He's not done yet. And you get a sense that if Vann Corteza continues breaking the way he does, with that kind of ferocity and this kind of success, it could get exciting towards the end. You got to hang with us here.
I don't remember seeing Filipino women playing. Why is that?
Rubelin Amit actually played in the World Championship for women. I think she actually won. We have to double check. I think she won. in 2013, if I'm not mistaken. Rubilin Amit. Just I need to double check the date.
Tsaka nung SEA Games.
Well, the Sea Games is just contained to this area, but for World, I think Rubilin Amit won it. If not, if I'm not mistaken, 2013, 2014, perhaps.
And shout out daw kay Tobs the Great from Carl Razada Abog.
Thank you very much for staying with us. And look at this. Lee Van Corteza now winning rack number 95. He's cut the lead down to 15. It was 13 to start this day at 40 to 17. 30 to 17, rather.
Lee Vann is just free stroking at this point, which seems to be working out really
Right.
well for him.
Right, right. And he's sort of just letting it loose at this moment because the more tense he becomes, the more he has a tendency to get those unforced errors.
That's right.
But it's really his break. He's gotten 3 straight now on his break. Can it continue? This break is brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Ropa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. Nah, he scratched on it, though. Good scatter once again for the balls. It's like there was an explosion that happened in the middle of the table. Look at where all the balls landed. So Carlo's got to map this one. That's pretty much it. The layout for rack number 96 is pretty straightforward now. Play the 3 with a little bit of inside. Hold it probably the center of the table a bit. Don't want to get too cute and try to get it almost in line because the 8 and the 5 could block that unless you're super precise that you put it in the middle of those 2 balls. That's just what he's trying to do. He's just going to avoid getting in trouble there behind the 5. So he's good now. Play a little backwards on this one. Straight in on the 5. Draw back a bit now for the 6. Probably just drop the 6 in, play this with a little bit of left spin. Get a little straight on the 7. Don't want to be too straight, though. That's good enough of an angle. It's going to just drift now. Long rail to long rail. Probably even play it off 2 rails to get good position on the 8.
Okay, good question from Marino Floresta. Mga idol, hindi po ba maapektuhan ang incoming programs ng Sharks pag natuloy yung MECQ or ECQ?
That is something that will be discussed, and we're going to keep you updated. Of course, the news just broke that Metro Manila will, or Metro Manila Plus, which is in the bubble, which includes Bulacan, Cavite, and Laguna, all the surrounding provinces, will be placed under the enhanced community quarantine. No details have been released to us yet, but we all know that the president has declared that. So we will await the announcement of our organizers from Bugsy Promotions as well. But of course, if the government does say that, oops, Carlo's going to come up way short on the 10.
Yan, ganda ng control niya sa sa paghatak ng cue ball papuntang 9. Kaso nga lang,
Yeah, so going back to
nabitin
that,
to.
if the government does declare that, then we will have to adhere to any rule changes that the government has, at least for this coming week.
Yan, shout out to John Carlo Biado.
Yeah, your dad's 6 racks away, or 5 racks away. But he's got a tough one here on this 10. He's going to kick at this. Going to kick to make it. Otherwise, Levan's going to be back at the table. And the winner 5 in a row. Nope, that's Levan. So Levan Corteza will win 5 straight for the first time the entire showdown.
55 games to 41.
Yeah, but he came from 36. It was 55-36 just a few moments ago. And here's the run now for Levan Corteza. Again, breaking well. He just scratched the last time he broke.
How do you make a pool table laugh?
This is a joke, right? This is a joke. I'm dying to hear the punchline of this one. Who said that?
Reginald.
Okay, here's another wacko trying to become funny here.
Another wacko. Tickle its balls. That's the answer to that.
It's a good thing we're on Facebook and not on TV, right?
And shout out to Tropang Nara Project 3 watching now to support Carlo Biado from Julio, Trinidad.
Break by Levan Corteza, brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Ropa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. Lo and behold, it's dry.
From CTQ, man. That's how my wife makes me laugh.
We have a term for that in 3 letters, sir. It's called TMI.
TMI.
Yeah. Too much information. Really. It's great that you shared that with hundreds of other people, too. Carlo missed on the 1. Levan Cortez has come up with an open rack. Good layout. Let's watch the navigation, though. He's going to try to get onto the 2. He's going to come up short. He's going to have to go around now for the 3. How about that? How can you not hit any of those balls on the way back to the 3?
No problem. My wife is gorgeous. All
I'm sure
right.
she is, sir. It's just still TMI. A little bit too much of an angle on this 5, trying to get back to the 6, and he just manufactured something. So Levan Corteza has to control the bounce now after the 6 to get onto the 7. Actually runs into the 7. It's a great shot there by the Slayer. Force that from an angle into the side. He's now showing us a pocketing clinic and a prep clinic as well. Levan Corteza for 6 straight wins. Six in a row now. The comeback is starting to become real. And it's back to a 13-point lead, the same way we started today. So officially, each player has now won 25 racks.
Oh, sino yung pinakamalakas na bilyarista?
Oh my goodness, we're still here. Wait till Jericho Banyares joins that. I'm sure there's an answer. Who said that, by the way?
Si Sir Jose Hain.
Okay, so all of our PNP boys have a strike now. With the 1 ball going down on this break, brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Ropa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. Who?
Sabi naman ni Robin Hood Cruz, kung nataon nga na wala tayong programa
Yeah.
dito, babalik siya sa mini clip.
That's quite entertaining.
Mini clip.
Okay.
Sabay-sabay tayo mag-mini clip.
Ano yung liga?
Liga.
You could have the Sharks 9-ball showdown on miniclip. Yeah, but you're gonna miss the antics of Jumbo Bustamante when he's introduced and he does the Gangnam Style dance. Now take it into the corner. That was a pocketing shot there. He might play safe though because he's not gonna have a good spot on the 5. However, he has to jack up to achieve that. Oh, he creates something with the 5. Now he's wedged against it. Yeah, he's got to shoot this way. My goodness.
Boy Samson. Yung pala yung sagot doon.
Yeah.
Boy Samson. Luwat.
Yeah. And he also has a cell phone, right? You guys are funny.
And from CTQ, man, I saw a video the other day of Efren getting arrested. What's the deal?
Yeah, that was
with
blown
that?
out of proportion. He didn't get arrested.
Mm-hmm.
That's the bottom line. He didn't get arrested. He was asked to stop doing that billiard activity for the night. Then he was just sent home.
Yeah,
He was
that's
not
right.
arrested. In fact, I was supposed to be with Efren yesterday. Just so happened that we had day 1 of this. And he's actually made his way to Metro Manila. He's okay.
Yeah.
Nothing to worry about. What is something to worry about right now for Carlo Biado fans is that Vann Corteza has just won 7 straight racks.
That's right.
That is something that Carlo Biado has not done today.
55 to 43.
Yeah. And also, Vann Corteza is ahead for today. 26 to 25 today. And he is breaking in this rack. Brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Europa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. And he gets unlucky again. Opening shot for Carlo Biado has him queuing over the 3-ball. This is rack number, dig this, rack number 99.
99.
Jacking up a bit. The 1-ball's in front of him. Makes contact with the 10-ball. Now Corteza can see a part of this one. This will really be impressive if he can make a shot from this distance. Decides to kick and try to get safe behind the
Look
10.
at that. Oh, he made the one. Of course,
Player
it's
option.
going to be player option. He's going to pass it on.
And he looks at Carlo and saying, do I have to even ask you? He played one of the best safeties of the day. The problem is he hooked himself. He's going to play this off one rail. Made contact, and that's a legal shot. And does
Goes
he
back
get
to
safe?
the 10.
I thought if he got safe behind the 10, it's like the pool gods have suddenly shifted.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, shifted to his side.
Tinamaan pabalik tapos bumalik sa G's.
Yeah, that would have been the most ridiculous shot of the day. Clears the 8. He's okay. Looks like Vann Cortez's run's going to stop at 7 wins. Unless something catastrophic happens. There's actually somebody doing some push-ups beside you, Mr. AJ Ong. 6 passes the 8. Rack 99 will go to Carlo Biado as he reclaims the 13 rack lead now, 56 to 43. As we enter rack number 100.
And of course, we would like to thank Bugsy Promotions, Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Billy's Resort in Oslob, Cebu, Aqua V, Mudcakes by V, V Lugaw, ang lugaw ng Cubao, Kikarags Kayanong ng Target on air sa DZME 1530 kHz, Bounce Apparel, Music Avenue, Vehement, All About the Process, Dehadista and Llamadista Sports Bar in Timog, Quezon City, Outsville, Magic Chalk, JB Cases, Thoroughbred Layered Tips, Billiard Planet, Ropa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar.
This break brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Ropa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. How are you guys holding up here? Welcome to rack number 100. And a dry break by Carlo Biado.
Oh, we have a question from Luke Barnes.
Hi, Luke.
Wait, hold up. Two questions.
Two
it
questions.
says Hard Times. Is this in Sacramento at Hard Times?
No, it is in Quezon City in the Philippines, and we know that there is a Hard Times in Sacramento as well. Oh, Vann Corteza missing on the 1.
And second, wait, where is that? How much are they playing for?
Oh, these two guys?
Mm-hmm.
It's a competition for supremacy. I'm not quite sure how much they're playing for, but this is not a money game. This is a series, actually. It's an exhibition round. It's an exhibition match for just you guys. It's just for supremacy. No, miss on the cut. So you gotta keep it on the table. Yes, he does. So 1-2 combination now coming up. Yeah, we do have these little showdowns that we do have these showdowns every now and then. We had an 8-ball showdown. We had a bank shot showdown, a 1-pocket showdown. Pretty sure they get paid appearance fees. Yeah, this rack has opened up. That was probably Vann Corteza's last chance to make a run. Straight on the 3, can still manufacture an angle to get down to the 4. Five passes the 7.
They're playing for a plate of chicharon.
They're playing for actually the appreciation of AJ Ong.
What?
Because the loser is going to probably say, you gave me a safe to say. Carlo Biado is 4 racks away from victory. Of course, if you're enjoying this on April 9 and 10, we do have a Scotch Double Showdown, 9-ball Scotch Double Showdown, featuring the youngsters, Anton Raga and Johan Chua, going up against the legends, Efren and Django, former 2-time World Cup of Pool champions.
And hello to Sir Vicente. Shout out, watching again from Regina, Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan. Carlo Biado for 57 wins, 3 racks away from victory. And the lead has gone up to 14 once again. 57-43 at the end of rack number 100. Got rack 101 coming up. So again, thank you guys for joining us. For some of you, the sun's already coming up, right? East Coast guys, still up there? Sun's coming up, right? Anywhere from Florida to Michigan. Break brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Europa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. And this has been the story today. Carlo Biado able to still sneak in the 3-ball.
Laging dun no?
Yeah.
Yung huli.
He's had the fortunate rolls. But he has been pocketing very well as well. It's like a 4-10 combination. Unless he can get around this 7 and play the 4-ball in the same pocket he's playing the 2 right now. There you go.
Iniwasan.
Yeah, he's going to play the 4 in the same pocket he just put in the 2. And come up with a little bit of an angle, so he might draw back. Or play it forward like that.
It's 4:50 a.m. in Kansas. From Mark Rowie.
What's the temperature
Rowie.
like? What's the temperature like at 4:50 in the morning in Kansas? I mean, what's the temperature when you step out of your house? Carlo Biado to 58 wins. 2 away from the title.
2 away, that's right. 49.
49, that should make it somewhere. That's 49 in Fahrenheit, so yeah, that should be somewhere in like 8 or 9 degrees Celsius. It's pretty good because it's morning.
Blake Lopez, 450 in Dallas.
Yep. Must be pretty cold there too. This break brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Europa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. Nothing on the break. Let's see what Van Corteza does with this. Does he still have one more kick in him? He is down by 15 racks. He had won 7 straight before before Carlo Biado came up with 2 straight of his own. Behind the back, Filipino specialty shot.
$61 in Dallas.
That's kind of pleasant, actually. 61 degrees, like 12 degrees, 13 degrees. Probably even more. He's got to jump this.
Almost.
Left it though. And with that, probably all his hopes of making a comeback as well. Also smacked the 9 out of the area where the 7 is. And a pretty good layout to finish up. Didn't want to hit the 8 though. He's completely snookered behind the 7. He's going to call the 6 ball into the side pocket. How many rails is he going to use to get to this one? 2 rails. Nope.
From Bal Verbo, watching again from UK, saang probinsya po kayo galing, Sir Noel?
Me, I am actually a Baguio boy. And I grew up in Pasig and live in Antipolo now. This drop from the 9 to the 10. Vann Corteza is still kicking. He still has a pulse. Down 14 racks now, 58 to 44 in this race to 60.
And once again, we would like to thank Bugsy Promotions, Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Billy's Resort in Oslo, Cebu, Aqua V, Mudcakes by V, V Lugaw, ang lugaw ng Cubao, Kikarex Kayanong ng Target on air sa DZME 1530 kHz, Bounce Apparel, Music Avenue, Vehement, All About the Process, Dadista and Llamadista in Quezon City, Outsville, Magic Chalk, JB Cases, Thoroughbred Layered Tips, Billiard Planet, Ropa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar.
And again, Vann Corteza can't buy a break.
Yeah.
Now, there is a tie-up here with the 4 and the 6. Make that the 5 and the 6.
J.R. Alberio. So may katanungan siya, ask ko lang sana kung alam nyo kung sino magiging representative ng Pilipinas sa World Cup of Pool next month.
We were talking about that. We don't know who the Philippine representatives are going to be. We can surmise as much as we want. But there has been no announcement made. Pretty sure Carlo Biado is going to get some kind of consideration. Perhaps even Vann Corteza. One thing for sure, though, if they need an interpreter, AJ and I are available. They need anybody from production. Our directors are here. Eric Mendoza. Look him up on Facebook. You can add him. Look at the 5 ball now trying to get into the corner pocket. Hold position as well for the 6 for Carlo Biado. Carlo Biado 3 balls away from being on the hill.
For the hill.
1 win away for Carlo Biado.
I'm hoping na Biado at Raga sa World Cup of Pool.
That
Pwede
combination, yeah.
naman.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Carlo Biado is going to get consideration. If Johan Chua will be allowed to travel by his family, he should also get consideration. Jeffrey Ignacio should also get consideration. But you still need a veteran presence in that group. Enter Dennis Orculio, I would think. Or Ronnie Alcano. This break brought to us by Origin Carbon Fiber Shafts, Ropa Commercial, and Hard Time Sports Bar. Nothing again. But this time, the one is seen but can't be potted. You can see the wince on Lee Van Corteza's face, knowing that he has to play a safety here. Ooh, nice safety at that.
Beauty.
I call the one ball into the side pocket. It's going to use 2 rails to get away from this.
3.
Oh, underneath
1,
as
2,
well. Bang,
3.
you're right. 3 rails.
Wow.
Rack's opened up. This is the hardest shot of the rack.
Look at that.
He's still kicking.
That's right. It ain't over till it's over.
Uh-oh. It's either too weak or too soft. Or too weak or too hard. He's going to kick at the 3. Almost.
Uh-oh.
The scratch. That's probably going to do it.
That's it.
And that's been the story of the
That may
day.
be his last shot.
Yeah, that's been the story of the day for Lee Van Corteza. Good run, then an accident. And Carlo Biado, ball in hand. 8 balls away from victory. Straight on the 4.
4 to the 5. Mimi's gonna draw back for the rail.
That's the best he can do from where he was.
Kung lumagpas yun, okay sana.
Yeah. Clean look at the 6. Got to hand it to Lee Van Corteza, though. He gave it a fight.
Nagligpit na.
That's it. This for the win. And Carlo Biado is the winner of the final showdown. He is El Supremo in 10 ball here as he defeats Lee Van Corteza 60 to 44. We're going to have a word with the players when we return. Stay with us right here on Sharks.